Alright. Let's put all this stuff away. Let's go see about our dailies and double check to make sure that our stream is up. It is. Booyah. Shablam. Alright, it's daily time, so we want to get our woad leaves out. Woad. We want to get our wicked hood out. Wicked. And then it's time to go over here. Let's go to Arduino. So we're going to go over here. We're going to do our farming thing. We're going to pass ourselves a little level here. We pretty much pass a level a day. And that's going to be the case for a while, probably all the way up to 60 or so. And then it'll start taking, you know, a day and a half, so we'll pass 2 levels every 3 days for a while on our way up towards 70. There are a couple of these skills, things like farming, agility, thieving, that while they do have implications for a lot of other skills, they are still sort of separate from those other skills. Like farming can have a lot of implications for herb lore, and agility, you know, has a lot of stuff to do with where you can go and what you can do. And then thieving has a lot of implications for a lot of skills, because you can gain, you know, XP items, right? Banked XP from all of this different stuff that you get from thieving. And so that's something that I kind of want to focus on, is leveling up some of those skills that don't really interact with a lot of other skills, but that are still extremely important to those skills, because I think it's going to just help kind of level up my whole system. Which is important. Construction's kind of the same way, dungeoneering's kind of the same way, archaeology is kind of the same way. Honestly, all of the non-combat skills, I feel like. But then you have things like cooking is extremely reliant on, you know, farming and fishing and stuff like that. Herb lore is extremely dependent on farming. Slayer is fairly dependent on your combat skills. You know, crafting and smithing are extremely dependent on your mining and other gathering skills. There's just a lot of that stuff. Hunting is another one. Divination is another one. These are both skills that... What's weird about divination is you don't rely on other skills to level divination, but you do rely on other skills to make divination useful. So all of the leveling parts of divination are very centralized on divination. And then all of the stuff that you actually need is all about, you know, crafting and cooking and all kinds of stuff. It's kind of weird. Kinda fucking weird. Something else that I'd probably like to discuss with y'all a little bit is I've been trying to figure out some long form content that I can make to go along with you know, my streams and stuff like that. And so I was thinking of maybe just trying to do super quick boss guides. Just try and make them as fast as possible, right? Just a couple of minutes. And just go through the individual mechanics. Not necessarily giving out, like, you know, here's a build that you can use. Oh shit. I'm Desirous. Hardcore Iron Man with 1,000 skill points. What are you getting up to over here? Oh, look at all that. See, this is what I did when I was Hardcore Iron Man. I was over here trying to do the mining and the smithing. I hope this person doesn't get themselves killed. That'd be terrible. Don't die, Desarius. I'd feel so bad. I am pretty happy about our decision to go ahead and convert to a main and play as a bronze. I'm very excited about that. I think I have to modify, now that we don't have Treasure Hunter anymore, I definitely think that the best thing for a new player is to play bronze. I think it's absolutely the best mode, because it makes you go out there and try all the things, and then, you know, gives you an out to help you speed things up, especially for people who are going to be a little more casual about the game. I think bronze is a really good way to go. Let's put these in here like this. Let's take that one off, and let's put blood in there. 68 Viswax is more than enough. We'll go ahead and... boop. Not that I even really know why I'm doing the Viswax thing. I mean, I guess it's nice to be able to... Harmony Pillar. What the hell's a Harmony Pillar? Extend your divine location gather limit. Wait, what? So that's pretty good for the herbs. We'll get another 680 quick teleports here. Oh, no. I almost tried to use up all of my Viswags. Not just what I had in my inventory. Goodness, that almost went bad. That almost went so bad. Nice. I do love coming and buying these every day. I don't know exactly what it is, but I get a little tickle out of it. What's up, Slate? What are you getting up to today? Get some quests done, grind some levels. It's a good deal. Definitely got to get those fucking quests done. Fucking quests. I hate them. All right. I guess that's it. We're actually gonna have a pretty boring day today, I think. I didn't spend nearly enough time last night. I went to bed a little early. And I didn't spend enough time killing the boss. And so we probably have to spend a while killing the flesh hatcher here, which is a little unfortunate, but it's going to be worth it. We're going to go ahead and activate this bad boy. And then we're going to do this. Andrew, yeah, this is my first RS3 account. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. But yeah, we are brand new to the game. Yeah, I'm really excited for what's going on this year. We've got I'm really excited for the first update, which is going to be that combat update. I can't even wait. I'm honestly, like, having trouble. Like, I want it to be here already, and it's not going to happen until some point next month. And the fact that I don't know when it's going to happen, and so it could happen all the way at the end of the month, it's just freaking me out. I don't like it. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be great for the game. I get on Reddit a lot and just kind of chit-chat around with people over there. And there have been so many people getting on Reddit and asking, like, you know, should I start now? Should I wait till the end of the year? You know, what can I do? What's the best way to get started? What mode should I play? Just tons of new people getting in there and asking questions. It's really exciting. Big into endgame PVM, so it's exciting for sure. Yeah, I can't wait. We just did the Arc Glacier for the first time yesterday, and I really, really enjoyed that. Whoops. I accidentally took that whole hit right in my face. You'll have a lot of fun with it. Mid-game PVM is a big step up, even from where you are now. That's awesome. I really enjoy, like the Flesh Hatcher and stuff. I feel like is just a really good boss. The Arc Glacier is a really good boss. So if we're just improving from there, I'm really excited. You know, obviously the super early game bosses, God Wars Dungeon 1, the Mole, King Black Dragon, you know, a lot of those are just tank and spank bosses. And so they're not terribly interesting, but you know, any of the newer bosses have all been really good. I'm really excited for the new early game bosses in Havenhive. You know, the Dreadhog and the Giant are both going to be pretty cool, I'm sure. They do a really good job of making bosses in this game. Especially considering the limitations that their system create for them. You know, they've got they've got the limitations of, you know, their 0.6 second tick and all that stuff. And they still do a really good job of creating a nice flow in their combat. Once you get used to, yeah, so that's exactly what I did actually, was I went over to the Arc Glacier and I fought him with no mechanics, and then I fought him with one mechanic, and then I fought him with two mechanics, and then I fought him with all the different mechanics. And by the end of the day yesterday, I was able to kill him with 4 mechanics without eating any food. Well, I ate one food, but I'm pretty sure I can do it without eating any foods. But the problem is I don't quite do enough damage to get rid of that claw. When he puts the core down in the middle, I just can't get out of there fast enough to not just eat shit. So, as we get a little further along, we should be good to go there. But it's a hell of a lot of fun. It's a good boss. Do you get stunned in Glacier? I don't recall getting stunned at all. Oh, okay. I always just resonance the cannon. Hey, nice ultimate. Good job. Yeah, I just kept resonancing the cannon. Because I almost always play with a defender or a shield. Because I like to use the defensive skills in my Revo bar. Once you start doing enrage mods, Rezo doesn't work for the whole attack. Got it. Well, that'll be exciting. Hey, good job. You have more Necro than me now. Necros for wimps anyway. Need to use a combination of like barricade, rezo, reflect, debilitate. Does it hit you multiple times or something? Doesn't make any sense to me. Because Rezo just straight up blocks the attack. So unless it's hitting you multiple times, you should just be good. Three hits. Okay, that makes sense. What's really bad about that is it would be really, really hard to try and just rezo like the third attack. Which means that any resolution or resolve or whatever the fucking resonance there, any resonancing you do just immediately gets undone. With only level 62, that's pretty good. 3 minutes ain't bad. Yo, what's up, Felix? How are you? Doing good, just back from work and gym. The fucking gym, dude. I recently started trying to do a little more exercising. Got my mace bell out. Started doing some stuff. Black. Just get back into streaming again, kind of miss it. Streaming has been really fun for this game. Because getting to come in here and not really know what I'm doing at all and learn it and then, you know, have people give me little tidbits of advice and stuff has been really great. I've really enjoyed that. I very much just enjoy streaming in general. Nice. I'm actually coming up on about my 18-month mark now. Not specifically for Runescape, but we started with once human, but I should be right at about 18 months now. It's been a hell of a ride. Black. I need so much more attack XP. Get bapped. You're dead. You're freaking dead. $562 flesh hatcher kills. Actually need to come over here. And let's see. I have 49,000. Okay. So I can unlock the Berserker aura. Dope. Can almost unlock one of these other auras. I know the auras are going away soon, but, you know, whatever. Still fun. It's not like... I wonder what they're going to do, actually, with the Marks of War. Because you're not going to be unlocking auras anymore. You're not going to need to unlock the aura refreshes anymore. So I wonder what we're going to be doing with those. Once auras go away. Yeah, I figured it was gonna be like the Berserk skill. Makes sense. But I'm sure I'll be alright. Do that extra damage. Doesn't matter if I die faster, as long as the boss also dies faster. Hey, what's up, Chris? How are you? I'm doing fan-fucking-tastic. Unfortunately, I've put myself in a bit of a pickle where I don't really have any choice but to just hardcore focus on these flesh hatcher kills right now to try and level up so I can get to my 99. So we're gonna have a long, boring day of murking the floating eyeball today. Which is a little sad, but it has to be done. But my antibiotics and pain meds for the dog bite. Well, that's good. Make sure you take all them shits. Don't half-ass the antibiotics. I go back tomorrow to get my next rabies vaccination, and then next Thursday. Yeah, that's also super important. Gotta make sure you take care of those things. Dog bites aren't a terribly big deal unless you don't take the required steps, right? The rabies shots, the antibiotics, the stuff like that is all very important to prevent infections and stuff. But we're pretty good at that. So as long as you do the things your doctor says to do, there's a fairly limited chance of complication, which is good. Yeah, I imagine it hurts like a motherfucker too. Personally, never been bit by a dog. Had a lot of dogs growing up, but never got bit by one. I don't intend to. I do not intend to. I'm allergic now, so I just avoid dogs in general anyway. So it seems fairly unlikely that I'll get bit. Maybe somebody taking a dog for a walk off a leash or something like that could cause a problem, but I don't really go outside very much either, so it's fine. I have been scratched up pretty good by a cat in my life. We used to have cats when I was a kid too. Goodness gracious, man. Them things can be vicious. We had a kitten one time that we had to lock out of all the bedrooms because it just like loved attacking people's feet under the blankets. So nobody in the house could get any sleep unless we closed all the bedroom doors, because the cat would just run around at night finding people's feet to attack and like clawing and biting feet. It was super obnoxious. Dumbass kitty cat. I think today's the day. I think we're gonna get the 1 in a million bow drop today. I think that's totally reasonable to accept. Or expect, not accept. Totally reasonable to expect. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Gonna get that rare bow. And then I'm gonna hang on to it. Until this character converts, because we are converting this character to a main right now. So that we can play as a bronze instead of an iron. So we still have to go through and find any new items for ourselves before we can trade them on the GE. But then once we get the item, then if we need duplicates of it or whatever, we'll go ahead and get on the Grand Exchange for it. And that'll also give us the ability to sell things on the Grand Exchange, which I'm really missing. You know, I had all those extra Barrows items and all that stuff, and not getting to sell that stuff on the Grand Exchange was a little sad. So we're going to go ahead and convert to a bronze so that I can interact with the Grand Exchange a little bit. Honestly, I can't believe how close we're getting, or how many levels we're getting on Constitution as well. Constitution may very well end up being my second level 99 skill. Just because I like to kill things so much. I do way too much combat and not enough of my other skills. We're gonna have to really step away from combat for a while once we hit this 99 and start working on quests and start working on leveling up other skills, all kinds of stuff. There's just so much good visual progress, or good incremental progress, I guess, on your combat abilities. You know, you get to move on to new bosses, you get, you know, new weapons, you get, you know, all this stuff that just feels really good as you level up in your combat abilities. And so it's really hard, at least for me, not to just want to focus on those. And, I mean, you still get number go up and stuff on your other stuff, like fishing and cooking. I actually also really like leveling, because I feel the same way about those. Is you get these really nice, you know, you get to go to new places, to go do new types of fishing. You get new recipes to cook. You get this nice incremental increase in how much healing you do. You know, all that stuff feels really good. What's up, Lee? How are you today? Yeah, this is, you know, my regular time slot. We stream at this time almost every day. Did my log become juicier? So my log on the Flesh Hatcher is actually done. The Flesh Hatcher was my first log to get totally completed. We're kind of crushing the Flesh Hatcher log. Yeah, just trying to get my attack up. I've been a little lazy in my off hours about getting my attack XP. So unfortunately, today is probably just going to be a boring day. of killing the Flesh Hatcher. Because we got to get those XPs. Gotta do it. But that's okay. It's still fun. Yeah, no, the Flesh Hatcher, even if you come in to my private instance, we still get separate health bars. So there's no way to... We are converting this character. I started the process yesterday. Now that Treasure Hunter is out of the main game format, I am converting this character to a main, and I'm gonna play as a bronze. So I'm only going to allow myself to buy and sell things on the Grand Exchange that I've already personally got. So that way I still have to like level up all my skills and do all the different types of skilling and complete all the boss logs and all that stuff. And I can't just skip things by using the Grand Exchange. But that'll give us the ability to like sell some stuff on the Grand Exchange when we have duplicates and stuff like that. So, hey yo, what's up, Master of Light? How are you today? Like, I've got 4 extra dragon harpoons right now. And, I mean, I could... I could high alch them, but they're only worth like 33k a piece. Or, you know, they sell on the Grand Exchange for a couple million. So I just can't. Like, that sucks. One of the things that I've noticed since being an Iron is that inflation has really made Ironman even more difficult, because you don't have the ability to really make a lot of currency. And I know that Ironman doesn't really need the currency, but seeing that inflation, seeing those Grand Exchange prices, and then looking at the high alch prices of the same stuff and going, wow, you know, that's literally worth nothing compared to what it would be if I was selling it on the Grand Exchange, has been too much for me. I can't keep doing it. I need to see this number right here go up, up, up. Bammo, you dead. He ain't here, he dead. Does that eyeball look concave? Oh, it is concave. I just noticed that this thing's eyeball doesn't bulge out. Oh, there's like an invisible almost lens in front of it that you can't see. But the eyeball itself is concave. That's weird. Or maybe that's just its hitbox. Maybe it just has a circular hitbox, even though it's not a perfectly circular. Yeah, that's probably it. So they just used a really basic shape instead of making it like perfectly conform. But the eye itself is concave, which is super creepy. Oh, there's another eyeball up there. What in the holy shit? Since when has there been an eyeball up there? Doesn't look like there's an eyeball underneath. And there's no eyeball behind it. I think there's just the two eyeballs. Just the one on top and the one on the front here. But that's creepy. I don't like it. Does my pet flesh hatcher have 2 eyeballs? Oh, this is the top one that you're seeing here. And then this is the front one that's laying face down. See, I thought this was the front one, but it's not. Okay. Super creepy. Super creepy. I don't think I like that even a little bit. I'm just gonna hide in the corner, thank you very much. Away from the crazy eyeball. Hey, another dragon longsword. Nice. I went and high alked all my dragon longswords yesterday. And unfortunately, in the process, I accidentally also high alked my 2 longswords, my bane swords. So I don't have my 2 Banite swords anymore. Which makes me a little bit sad, if I'm being honest. I'll have to remake them, but I probably won't remake them until I get to level 90 smithing, and then I'll just go ahead and remake whatever that is. The Elder Rune, or whatever. And we'll just use them Elder Rune swords instead. I honestly need to find a place where maybe I can farm up some tier 80 or 85 even weapons. Because right now I'm still using this Varric sword. And I mean, it's a level 70 weapon, and it's good. But you know, it's got the full set bonus or whatever and that's great. But I'd really prefer to get like a level 80, 85 thing going on. Something with a nice special ability. I really like to end the fight in the middle here. So when I dodge that big AoE slam, I like to come straight back and then go straight back in. So that when he does the second localized slam on me, then I can just move right back over to the middle here. I don't know why, but it's like super important to me that I end in the middle. So I always kind of follow the same pattern with the dodges and stuff. It's a little ridiculous, but I like it. We are pretty close here. 132 more K before we get ourselves up to level 97. And then we just have 2 more levels of a little over 1,000,000 XP each. And we'll be done. Which feels kinda crazy. I was not expecting it to take this long to get to my first level 99. when I first started. I also am super surprised by how much longer it would have taken had I not just really focused on attack because of the 25th year anniversary. Because if it wasn't for these inverted skill capes and wanting to get a flat yellow one, I honestly wouldn't be actively trying to get a level 99 right now. Our whole playstyle would have been different. I mean, all of this XP, we've got 10 million, 10.5 million XP in here. So that's like 9 million more XP than I would have put into attack had it not been for trying to get to level 100 or level 99. So that 9 million XP would be spread out among all these other things. We'd already have invention probably. Our herb lore would probably be higher. We'd probably be up to level 70 agility now, just because I'd want to be able to kill the Saradomin General in God Wars Dungeon 1. I mean, my archaeology would probably be higher. I really do need to work on the archaeology so I can get some more of those buffs. I really like this life boost buff, but we need to get some other ones as well. Archaeology is one of those secondary power things that we really need to get going on. Because we're going to start running into some issues where we're going to start getting to some bosses and stuff. And those bosses are going to be built based on the balance of having some of these secondary power things. You know, good potions, good foods, divination bonuses, fucking archaeology bonuses. All those things are going to start becoming important. And so we really need to work on them. Gotta get our Slayer up. Yeah, we gotta get our Slayer up. Speaking of which, actually, here in another 50 minutes, we'll be able to get another Reaper task today, which will be nice. Might even be enough. Probably not. About to say, maybe we'll get another Slayer level from it, but I don't think we will. Who knows? I'll be interested to see who it gives us today. Boom. Gonna give you Rex Matriarchs? It might. It might. I don't know if I can kill the Rex Matriarchs. That might be a little bit outside the scope of my power. But we'll see. If we get them, we'll try them. I think that's something that I haven't done that I should start doing, is if the Reaper task gives me a boss, even if it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, I should go ahead and do it. Just for the sake of getting to enjoy some different bosses. At the very least, I should do it if it's a new boss. If it's a boss I've already done, you know, whatever, we can skip it. But if it's one that I haven't done yet, and the game is telling me like, hey, you can do this now, we should go try. Because I don't want to miss out on learning any of the bosses when I'm... Hey, Lee Young, thank you very much for the gifted sub over on the Twitch. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Hey, another stalker charm. Nice. I feel like I was about to look at something in my inventory, and then I totally lost it. Womp womp. Bop. Game given any God Wars Dungeon 2 bosses? No, not that I'm aware of. That's like Hellweir and stuff, right? I just hit 110 combat level, and I think the God Wars Dungeon 2 bosses are recommended 110. So we might actually get some of those today. Oh yeah, that's cool. Alright, I think it's time to throw on the old Berserker aura here. Bammo. This will be the first time I've used this aura. Start a new private encounter here. Oh, this one only lasts 30 minutes. Well, ain't that some shit? Whoops. So this only increases my strength and melee damage by 10%, and then reduces my defense and increases the damage I take by 15%. That's a fucking joke. I'm gonna lose. Because I took a big slam, but... I was too busy reading what Berserk did. That's some bullshit right there. Yeah, I've definitely died a few times trying to read y'all's chat in the past. For sure. See, I wouldn't be able to deal with that shit. I would turn off my clan chat. If there were people in there talking about dumb shit. I'm not trying to kink shame or nothing, but just because you're into feet doesn't mean I need to be talking about feet 24/7. It's okay to keep some of that shit to yourself. Whoops. I keep leaving my freaking auras on. Or, not auras. Prayers. There you go. Yeah, the world it normally dumps me in is World 4, I think. There's usually quite a few people in the Wars Retreat. I don't really have like a world that I normally go to. I just kind of go in whatever one it puts me in. And so I normally end up in a pretty populated world. Yeah, if I felt the need to go into a world for trading or something like that, then I would just do that in the moment. The EU made a ruling recently, speaking of scams, made a ruling recently that basically made it so that currencies in-game have real-world value. I'm not opposed to that position. I think that that's potentially a good thing, but there are some interesting possible implications. Like, am I gonna, well, I'm not gonna need to because I don't live in the EU, but would I need to, like, start claiming the currency that I make in game on my taxes? Or, like, what's up? I mean, I guess all they did was, no? Yeah, because I mean, if it has, I don't know. It's weird. It's real weird. You know, like, if I've got a friend and they, like, give me a party hat in the game because the party hat is worth so much in-game currency, and in-game currency technically has a direct monetary value through the bond system, does that mean that if that gift is over a certain amount, like, the IRS needs to track it? Obviously, EU has something different than the IRS, but, you know. It's all super complicated because yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Because, I mean, technically the currencies are just being made out of nothing, right? Like, it's just the game generating fucking code. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That all seems kind of crazy. Or does it count as, like, an unrealized, you know, like stocks and stuff like that? Until they're vested or until you sell them, or whatever, they count as, like, unrealized income, and so you don't get taxed on them until it's realized. So would you only have to, like, pay taxes on it if you sold the currency or something like that for real money? Or, you know, is a bond equivalent to real money? So, like, if you buy a bond. Right. I don't know. I mean, well, and these are questions that we need to answer as a culture, right? Because video games and the way video games tie into our economy is becoming more and more robust, right? And people are trying to find ways, you know, we've got streaming and stuff like that, but we also have games like, gosh, I don't remember what the game was, but it's been around for a long time, where everything in the game really does have a real world monetary value. And so, you know, we need to decide for ourselves, and create some legal precedent for, you know, what kind of value do these digital assets have? But I mean, they do have value, right? People pay money for them, whether they do it through in-game bonds or they do it through, gray markets with RMT or whatever it is, right? They obviously have value to us. So we certainly need to find a way to regulate those markets and protect people. But I don't know that existing... Yeah. I just don't know that existing lawmakers really have the ability to create laws for things like this, because they don't play video games. I mean, you look at the lawmakers here in the United States, they're all like 80 years old. They don't have any frame of reference for the value of in-game items or even how video games create items and in-game wealth and stuff like that. So they're going to have a really hard time trying to even understand the laws that they're voting on. I mean, it's just a weird time to be alive. Just a really, really weird time to be alive. I mean, you've got things like the Steam marketplace, where you've got people selling skins and stuff for games like Call of Duty or Counter-Strike or whatever, and some of those things can be thousands of dollars. Yeah, absolutely. In some cases, it does amount to gambling. That's absolutely true. Open up those boxes and stuff like that for skins is absolutely gambling. But I'm even talking about like the peer-to-peer trading system, where I can literally on Steam give you, well, and it doesn't even need to be fixed prices. Like, it's fine if those things have prices that are, just based on what people are willing to pay for them, right? The market tells you what the value is, right? There's no fixed price on art, for example. The art market just dictates what the value of a piece of art is, and it's relative based on what a person thinks its value is, and that's fine. But, there's some really, because the games and because the RNG systems are in control of how many of those items get made, then there's a lot of so those things don't need to be recreated every time. And so as soon as you start giving them a value, then that leaves a position for a company to be able to basically just print currency, which is why right now you have to have really convoluted things in your currency systems. It's why you have things like bonds, because you can't sell the currency that you get in-game directly for currency. You have to separate those currencies. So, like, they can't just sell me gold. It seems really roundabout, but the reason that I have to buy a bond and then sell it to a player to get gold is because if you just straight up sell gold, then you create a direct monetary value for that gold. And then basically every time gold is generated in the game, it's generating a real world currency. And so, like, somebody has to be paying taxes on that, right? Because otherwise you're just generating value. And that's the job of, like, the US Mint prints all of our currency. But if you had a direct monetary value for, you know, in-game currencies, then yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's real convoluted. It's really, really convoluted. Although there's potentially some value, depending on who's having to pay the taxes, I guess. I'd have to go back. So there's been actually a really good case study of this in the past. Diablo 3 originally launched with a real money auction house for all of its in-game items. And I believe that the reason that real money auction house was shut down was because of what we're talking about right now, where as soon as you can directly trade in-game drops for real money, there start to be like tax implications and stuff like that for not just the realized gains of selling that item for money, but the gains of that item even dropping in the game for you sort of creates this unrealized wealth. And if I'm not mistaken, that was why inevitably the real world auction house was taken out of Diablo 3. So I guess I'd have to go back and take a look at what some of the arguments and stuff were for that. It didn't last very long, but there were like a couple of months in there where you could just go buy, you know, crossbows or whatever for your witch hunter on the Diablo 3 auction house. Just for real money. Which would have been super cool if that game wasn't garbage, but... Oh, I forgot to fill up my health. Somebody's over here trying to... use up... Oh no, these are just... training dummies, never mind. Not the ones that give you XP or whatever. Okay, one of these days I'm gonna figure out how to stand there long enough to actually fill up these resources here. Goodness gracious. All in all, I'd say that out of all the things to address regarding gambling or taxes, this really, anyways. I mean, fair enough, sure. There are lots of other things out there that might be more important, but legislative bodies are capable of working on legislating more than one thing at a time. And they have had literal decades of online games and stuff like that. Well, so I agree, but laws are also done incrementally. It can't just be a one and done thing, because you've got to check the impact and, you know, make adjustments and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily think this was a bad first step, but I am curious, and I would be curious to hear what some of those lawmakers think about some of the other implications of giving value to in-game items and currencies are. And I would like to, you know, we've got a lot of experts. Just got to the hard arty achievements, so now I can AFK pickpocket wizards. Hey, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. But we have, like, economists and stuff that specifically work on game economies. So I'd be curious to hear, you know, what some of those people have to say about some of that stuff. Yeah, there are economists that get hired by specifically MMO games. Almost all of your favorite MMO games have hired economists. Specifically to look at, you know, auction houses and economies and inflation and all of those things. They don't typically do a very good job, in my opinion, because most MMO economies are trash. But yeah, they're mostly built by economists. The problem I tend to see with MMO economies is they're very specifically item economies. So the value that people try and give things is expressed more specifically in the value of the item itself, instead of there are no labor economies in an MMO game, or there's really only one labor economy in an MMO game, because most of the time the player skill, not the character skill, but the player skill to accomplish any given task in an MMO is always the same. And so there's only one labor market in an MMO, which means there's very little volatility in the markets as, you know, skill comes and goes from the game, which creates extremely stagnant markets, which lead to lots of small scale but high volume arbitrage, which pushes a lot of inflation. Yeah, that is also another thing, is it's very easy to manipulate, like I was saying with the arbitrage, which causes a lot of inflation. And a sort of wealth begets wealth sort of system. But if you had more diverse labor markets, where players were using different player skill sets to do different things in the game, then I feel like there would be some volatility and a little more obfuscation about what a certain thing's value is, which would create ultimately more stable and less inflating economies. But I am not an economist, so I don't guess I really know. I mean, I guess fully standardizing prices could be a way to go. But if you did that, then you would sort of end up with the same problem that we have now, where you would have to balance everything in the economy pretty specifically based on how much player time it took in order to get that thing. So, you know, the way that things usually shake out now is item values are pretty directly related to how long it takes for a player to get that item. And only in the case of extremely rare items does supply and demand really drive those prices up, because the supply is just so limited, because so few people are maybe capable of completing the content for a certain thing. And so either only in the early stages of really new items, or in the case of extremely, extremely rare items, is there limited enough supply to create an actual supply and demand price. But pretty much everything else is just, oh, it took you, 5 seconds to get that. Well, then, this is how much gold 5 seconds of playtime is worth. And it becomes extremely standardized. And then things just steadily inflate. Hey, level 97. Booyah. Who's the best? I'm the best. Just doing my part to massacre giant floating eyeballs with tentacles. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. All I need now is that 1 in a million bow drop. We'll be good to go. It's all I need. bozo. Bozo. I'm not a bozo. You're a bozo. Get wrecked, nerd. That's why I always keep an already broken keyboard around Lee. Is because inevitably I'm gonna get mad and want to break something. So I have an already broken keyboard that I just break some more when I get angry. Although it's actually been a while since the nerd rage got a hold of me and made me break something. There was a time where I had the nerd rage pretty bad, though. Headsets and mice and keyboards. I actually learned how to replace the keys on my keyboard because I broke it by smashing my hand on it when I was younger and had to like learn how to reattach the keys and shit. So I guess my nerd rage had a little bit of value. It's actually surprising how hard it is to actually break a keyboard. Like, especially those old shitty keyboards. You can smash your fist down on those things all day, and like all the buttons will fly off. But you could just pop them suckers back on, you're good to go. Good to go. I'm gonna check my bank here. I don't really pay that much attention to what I get as I'm killing the flesh hatcher. So we're gonna take a look at this tab, because if I ever get anything new that I don't already have, you know, it'll go into this tab right here. So if I ever do get the 1 in a million bow and don't notice, that'll be where it is. So periodically I like to check it. Just to find out. We are at 594 flesh hatcher kills, which feels pretty good. I want my bow. So I have a problem. In most video games, including this one so far, I am typically fairly lucky when it comes to getting good drops. And so if there's something that can possibly drop, I want it, because my life experience has told me that if you can get it, I probably will. So, you know, there's a 1 in a million bow drop. I want my 1 in a million bow drop. The earlier the better. I don't even know what the bow is called. I just know that a really good bow drops really, really rarely at this boss. Do I know about luck in this game and how it works? No, not really. You mean like luck from the Ring of Wealth? Yeah, no, I don't, actually. Oh, I don't even have to have it equipped? I can just have it in my inventory? Well, that's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, eventually we can get the ring of, like the dwarven ring, right? That's the tier 4 luck. But I don't think I can get that yet. That's also the one that has the chance to duplicate your item, right? Like if you get a rare drop, there's a small chance that it'll duplicate it. No, I am still currently an iron. We are converting, like I said, to main. It's going to take a week or whatever for that conversion to happen. But when we switch to main, we are also going to still be playing as a bronze. So we won't be trading for anything that we don't already have ourselves. We want to make sure that we go through the effort of getting every item before we allow ourselves to trade it on the GE or in person. Tier 4 luck is very deceiving. It only affects certain bosses and activities. Okay. Good information. Also, what's up, Zoe? How are you today? Welcome back. too hot outside. Do you live in the upside down part of the world? Because I was about to say, oops, I even turned off my protection prayer there. I might not make it through this fight. I was about to say, it's definitely not air conditioner weather right now. Definitely not. It was like 45 Celsius. Oh my goodness. That's like 110 Fahrenheit, isn't it? No thank you. Of course, granted, I live in a place where that's about how hot it gets on the really hot days here in New Mexico. I've seen as high as 115, although it doesn't really get there often. Not even once a year. But yeah, fuck the heat. Although I definitely prefer the extreme heat to the extreme cold. I'm not about that -10 Fahrenheit life. Not about that shit at all. Of course, that's mostly because of the weather that comes with really low temperatures, right? Because when it's really, really cold, it inevitably snows. I don't understand why we can't just have cold weather with no snow, right? We get super hot weather with no rain. Why can't we have super cold weather with no snow? That would be fine. But I fucking hate the snow. Yeah. Yeah, I lived in Illinois until a little less than a year ago. I lived there for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. And just snow everywhere in the winter, all the time. So stupid. Because it literally just shuts everything down. If you've got, 6 to 8 inches of snow, and it's that cold, and snow is water, so if it starts to melt, and then it gets cold again, then it freezes, and all the roads are icy, and just everything gets super dangerous, and just fuck that. Absolutely not. Thankfully, now that I'm down here in New Mexico again, in my nice desert. Even if it snows, it usually like snows overnight, and then by about midday, the whole 1-inch dusting of snow that we got is melted and dry. So it's totally fine. It got down to like 20 degrees Fahrenheit for a couple of days here, which is a little less than freezing, but not really a big deal. Stay inside, keep the blanket wrapped around you, good to go. Those are the temperatures that I really prefer because it's so much easier to warm up in, you know, like mildly cold temperatures than it is to cool off in mildly warm temperatures. Because I can just... Nice, 600 flesh hatcher kills. I can just, you know, throw on a sweatshirt, wrap up in a blanket, and I'm just good to go. But then, like, there's only so many layers I can take off when it's warm. And eventually there's just nothing else you can do but be hot. Almost 600 more flesh hatcher kills than you? Nice. Gotta get on that. Do you have the pet yet? Get your little flesh hatchling. You have nothing. Nothing. Gotta get busy. I actually really like this boss's log because it's fairly easy to get. I think that's a really good thing for an early boss. Just to get people excited about getting logs and stuff. Both of the items are pretty good. The harpoon is nice. The necklace is nice. 1 kill for Reaper title. Oh, so I only have to get 1 more kill to have 600 more kills than you. We're about to get it right here. Speaking of Reaper, that's what I was going to look in my inventory for earlier. Is we're now at the 00 mark. So hopefully we can get ourselves a new Reaper task. I might have to log out for just a quick second to be able to get another Reaper task. We'll see. Assignment. Alright. Let's go ahead and put y'all on the Be Back Soon screen just for a moment. We're gonna get ourselves logged out here. I don't actually think it matters. I don't think there's any personal information on this screen, but you know, Bam, there we go. Now we should be able to get our Reaper task. Require you to collect 10 souls from Karapak the Bound. Can I trust you with this task? So this is a new boss. I have not defeated Karapak the Bound before. What do we got here? Okay, so he is... Is this one of the God Wars Dungeon 2s? Hey, what's up, Josiah? You should play 7 Days to Die. I imagine I would enjoy that game. But I'm really invested in RuneScape 3. I really, really like it. He's God Wars Dungeon 3. No way. What can I get from this dude? Wrist wraps. All right. Let's see. The Varick Lodestone, Karapak leading the first army to breach the ancient city of Sentistan, wields 3 powerful elder artifacts. How do I... Fighting under the control of Jas. Karapak is an extremely powerful dragonkin. Ooh, nothing. Got it. Oh, that's cool. No special requirements. So is this dude just in Sentistan? Is that how that works? Hey, Sammy Kopor. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. RuneScape is great. I am having all of the fun. Oh, okay. So it's gonna let me just teleport straight over here then. Damn. Okay, well, let's do a little preparation work. We're going to... I don't have my Bane weapon anymore. We want to put that dude in there, and then let's do... My Defender also needs to go in there. So my combat level doesn't really show my gear level because I don't have level 90 gear, right? My armor's only level 70 and my weapons are only, well, this is also level 70. Yeah, so I'm really only rocking level 70 stuff. So we might find ourselves in a position where we can't kill this boss. We're going to start out really basic. We're going to bring a full set of fish. And our infernal box. And then we'll max out our adrenaline here. And then honestly, we should probably put that down there. And that can go bye-bye. Whoops. Okay, so we'll bring our defensive skills. I don't know if there's a skill that I'm really going to want to resonance quite yet. So we're probably going to die on this first fight. And that's okay with us. We just want to see some attacks. We want to see... Oh. Okay. Oh, the Stone of Jas. So is Jas like the person who made the Stone of Jas? Is he like one of the elder gods or something? Oh shit. You are bound, returned to the pain, so-called false user. Bring them to safety. Bring my kin. Bring my kin to me. Alright, that's super creepy. Here we go. Witness Jas and Karapak do some shit. This activity uses the extra action button component. This component should be moved to a position that will not be obscured by the other windows. You can modify its position in the advanced options section of edit mode. Okay, we'll go down to just one person to start. That's what it gave me on my Reaper task. So that's what we're gonna do. Where's my special button that it told me I needed to be able to press? Oh, it's lubed. Don't even worry about it. We're good to go. Combat. Extra action button. There we go. Okay, so it's just right in the middle of the fucking screen. We're good. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna get punched in the face real hard this first time. That's just the way it is.
No, always you. Why can't you just let it be, World Guardian? I'll tear right through you.
Okay, so he shoots that out behind me. When he shoots that out behind me, I need to move. And not just stand there and eat that.
You in your place.
Force of the impact knocks you off your anti-stun effects. Okay.
Pitiful.
That was... I think I'm gonna need more of my abilities in my manual bar on this one. So we want freedom. Yeah, and then I think we're gonna take that off. Alright, sorry. My computer was kind of freaking out a little bit there. And wasn't letting me use my mute. But we got it fixed. I didn't pay attention at all to what kind of attacks he was using. So we're gonna have to see that again. But I have my resonance, and I have my freedom, I have my rejuvenate. We're gonna go ahead and max out on our adrenaline here so we can get all of our defensive skills going on. And then we'll see. He does use magic? Okay. Well, in that case, we can go ahead and pop that off. And then just go get our magic protection. And see if maybe we can get some,
No, always you. Why can't you just let it be, World Guardian?
Okay, we're just gonna leave that on and see how we
Tear
like that.
right through you.
Okay, when he says tear right through you, he does that thing right where that happens. So we dodged. Oh, we didn't dodge. Even though I sidestepped that, I still took all those attacks.
You will break beneath me.
Let's try and resonance whatever that is. Says I've been stunned, and I'm just taking a bunch of damage there. Do I need to get away from him?
Witness the raw power of the staff.
Okay, and it looks like I probably need to dash through that lightning.
I'll tear right through you.
He's only got like 200k. Or does he have 2 phases? Oh, he definitely has 2 phases. Four phases. Well, that's not fun.
Pitiful.
This guy is going to be really hard to learn. I definitely don't think I have the power to fight this guy right now. I need some higher tier gear just to even the playing field a little bit. He's hitting me for like 1,000 damage a swing. Yeah, I know I can get a new Reaper task. I just wanted to try that one since it was given it to me. Just to see. But we skipped over a bunch there. I feel like we went straight from God Wars Dungeon 1 to God Wars Dungeon 3. And skipped everything in between. "14 souls from the Arc Glacier." Nice. Yes, you certainly can. So for the Arc Glacier, yeah, I've done the Arc Glacier. I did Arc Glacier yesterday. I can kill him with 4 of his mechanics without even really needing food. So we're going to bring... Let's bring 5 of those. And let's bring all of those. And let's talk to the decanter. Decant vials into 4 doses. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna see how many of these we can get this guy without having to come back at all. So we'll bring some supers. We'll bring... we don't need any super restores because he doesn't reduce any of my skills. But we do need some prayer potions. So let's get 5 of those. Let's go back to the decanter again. Turn these into 4-dose potions. Why the restore potion idea if you take prayers? Huh? Restore potions give you back your skill levels when people destroy your skill levels. But this boss doesn't do that, so I don't need them. Yeah, he doesn't, which is why I'm not. Not bringing the thing. Why is it nighttime? I don't want it to be nighttime. Yeah, no, we've just got super attack, super defense, super prayer, or prayer. We're gonna use our prayer. Okay, so let's see. We don't need the freedom skill. We do need this maybe. We also we need to eat one of those. Then we need to go to that. Okay, we have our big AoE. We'll throw that on there. Then we go back there. We put this on there so we can equip that. And then we'll do we need resonance to go here. And then honestly, I don't even know if I need protection from magic. Might use it when yeah. I normally have it set up where it's midday. I don't know why it was dark, but I almost always leave it on midday. Okay, I think this is probably good. I could always just go back and like refill my prayers and stuff, but I actually want to see here if I can go in here and just fight this dude a shitload of times. I definitely could fight him a shitload of times if I went down to 3 and got rid of the glaciites. They do a lot of the damage that I take. But we're going to bump up the spawn speed here. And we're going to hit this. And we're going to see what I can do. Now we're using our dragon sword instead of our bane sword like we did yesterday. Because we actually don't have our bane sword anymore. This is going to be the big beam.
It's that giant beam.
So,
Can't
boom.
touch that.
Shield the beam, get the heal. I forgot to drink all my potions, so we'll get our supers out. Yeah, and this is just going to be a slow and steady wins the race kind of a thing here. Alright, when he does that, I want to put on my prayer. We switch, we drop the big AoE.
The shield is
Boom, we
falling.
nuke all the
Attack.
glaciers. We switch back. And then we can turn off the prayer. Please attack the Arc Glacier. Okay, he's pushing us over to this side. Is this going to be... Yep. It is going to be the beams. So we come up here. And then if we run back into the middle here, and we wait just a little while for them to close in, then we can just come up here and start attacking him,
Switching
and
up
they'll
its
die
attacks.
before. Okay, now he's on his, like, bigger attacks. These are mostly ranged attacks, but he does do some magic in there too. So we'll keep our magic prayer on for this as well.
React to its
Alright, we
attacks
can turn that
accordingly.
off. It looks like he's doing that same thing again. So we know that this isn't going to be the beam attack because of how wide this open space is. Oh, you know what I forgot to put on here that we definitely need is this. Goes right here. So we can pop that.
Here come the different attack styles.
It's summoning reinforcements.
Oh no, I fucked myself. This is bad. So I used my rejuvenate ability right before the
Its defenses
little
are.
dudes got summoned.
Focus on the smaller ones.
And so
Its defenses fail.
I wasn't able to use my big AoE attack on the little ones. That was bad. Looks like we're gonna get the pillars again here.
Guardian.
So we just let this thing kind of chase us around in a big circle here. And then we find ourselves about halfway. We let it close in. And then we can go start attacking him. And it'll die off before it gets here. This is going to be the closer one. Excellent. So we actually get to use our rejuvenate. Or not our rejuvenate. Our resonance. So we get a big heal here.
Look,
We're
now.
actually going to switch. We activate resonance. And then we switch to our two-hander. And the reason we do that is there's a 6% chance that our defender will actually stop us from getting a bunch of health on that attack, because our defender can trigger a 95% damage reduction. And if it does that, then we end up in a pretty bad spot. It's just coming from that side. This is actually going to be the big attack again. Yeah, because a little bit is going to come from this side. Now, sometimes this can also
Ready your
be
defenses, World Guardian.
one of its other attacks, but I don't have that attack on right now. You can see I reduced that attack by quite a bit. I think I did, because I didn't get a ton of healing from that. Okay, we got these guys, so we come over here. The reason we're using this, specifically the dragon. What is this? Oh, I accidentally berserked. That sucks.
Kill the glacites first.
Please kill the glaciate.
Are dead, and the shield
Oh,
is down.
I killed it. Okay. Some things are going poorly here. Let's go ahead and eat us up a fish. The glaciates are definitely the hardest part of this fight for me. They just do a shit ton of damage. Everything else you can kind of avoid all the damage in here. But specifically the glaciates
Faster attacks
can
incoming.
really cause a problem. Okay, and here he's going to be using his faster attack setup. What I'm really hoping for here is for him to use his big beam attack on the next one, because if he does, then I can go ahead and just boom heal, and that'll be great.
It's switching up its attacks.
Okay, yeah, it's coming from the right first. It's going to come from the left for a little bit next. So this is the big beam attack.
It's that
So we throw our
giant
defense up. We switch weapons so we can't accidentally defender it. Nice. And then we're just totally full on HP. Alright, now we're going to come over here.
Their life force.
We're going to big slam these guys. Boom. Everybody's down. Nice. That went super well that time. We didn't take nearly as much damage. Really saved us a lot there. Because I'm using the dragon sword and not a higher tier damage weapon, these are going to be really slow kills. But I'm okay with that. They're going to be pretty fun kills. I like the Arc Glacier. I think his ability rotations, and I especially like the way that he telegraphs his special abilities with these ices that come across the aqueduct. I think that's really unique. And because the way the ice is different is what tells you what attack you're getting. And I think that's really cool. We could do this, obviously, extremely quickly, right? We can just do no mechanics. Oh, nice. He's doing this from the weird side, but we're still going to get our big beam attack here. Nice.
What enormous power.
Boom, big 5,000 heal. Let's go ahead and use our rejuvenate. Nice. Oh, and then he did that shit again.
Focus your efforts on the smaller ones.
Such a jerk. Every time I go to use my freaking rejuvenate. Oh, there's still a glaciate. Shit.
From above.
Well, this is less than entertaining.
The shield is falling. Attack. Those aren't beams of sunshine.
God damn it. For the sake of being able to do this a little more consistently, we're gonna take the glaciates out. Hey, what's up, Queso? Because we're using dragon weapons, we're doing too little damage, and we're taking too much. And this will just be way better. The glaciates are almost 100% of my issue with this boss. So we're just gonna do some 3-bangers. Get this Reaper task done.
It's changing its attack pattern.
Let's go ahead and drink up here. Make this a little faster.
From above.
Those beams are slow. You can avoid them. It's changing its attack pattern. React to its attacks accordingly.
Okay, we're gonna get our big swing here.
Ready your defenses, World Guardians.
We're gonna switch again so we get the full amount of the heal, so we don't accidentally defender it. That big beam really makes this boss very killable. And that's one of the things that's just kind of true of a lot of the newer bosses, is having an attack that a boss does that can be resonanced and give you a big massive heal like that is really huge for being able to kill the bosses without needing to use too many resources and stuff. Like, I'm gonna have no problem killing this guy on 3 with no resource use. So no foods or anything like that, and I should be fine. I should be able to kill him all 14 times here. It's gonna take me a while because I don't do a ton of damage. I could, instead of doing things the way I'm doing them right now, I could be attacking with my two-hander, and maybe we'll try that, and then swapping to use resonance. I personally much prefer having my defensive abilities active as often as possible. Especially like during that phase where he's attacking more frequently with both the ranged and the melee. I think it's nice to have my defensive abilities up because I feel like that keeps me protected pretty well.
Can't dodge that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess honestly, let's do this. We have resonances on there. Okay. So let's go to our prayers and replace this with that. Whoops. And then let's drink that.
React to its attacks accordingly.
Oh, we don't have our... Never mind. Oh, poop. If we had Necro runes with us, then we could just be using... our resonance. Because we're only using, really, resonance as our heal here. Well, let's see. We'll...
Giant beam.
There we go. That kind of worked. So maybe rock the two-hander, do a shield swap for resonance. See if maybe we can still kill the boss without having to use a bunch of different resources. And hopefully that'll make the kills a little faster. We are going to take more damage this way, which means we have a much lesser tolerance for making mistakes. But we're not really doing any of the big mistake abilities.
Move.
Get rid of that. I also don't even think that we necessarily need the prayer. We've been using it, but I don't think it's a requirement here. We've got it coming from this side, which means it can only be our big resonance ability. So we're gonna swap here.
Brace yourself.
Boom. Dang, only got a 4K heal, that sucks. But this fight's about to be over. Hey, I'm Kelper. Thanks for the follow over on the Twitch. Really appreciate that. Hey, alright. Got some remnants. That feels good. I guess we'll go ahead and fill up our health here. Make some space so we can get all our loot. And then boom, right back into another one. Feels good.
The air grows colder yet.
So I also would be kind of interested to fight this boss with my ranged equipment. Hey, what's up, Peanut? I'm having a lot of fun with him. Yesterday we fought him a few times as well, and I was able to get the 4 mechanic glacier down with just 1 food. I'm doing 3 mechanic glaciers right now because it's my Reaper task, and we're trying to kill him with my 2-hander here, so maybe the kills are a little faster. But I love this boss. I think he's super cool. I love that you can control what mechanics he has. I love that you have that plus a hard mode. So there's just so much control and so much vertical progression just within this boss. And I think that's crazy cool. It really gives you, and the way it telegraphs its abilities is really cool too, because if you understand the pattern of where the ice stops and what side the ice comes from, and all that other stuff, then you can know like what's gonna happen before it happens. And so like I'm gonna get the big beam move here so I can switch.
It's that giant beam.
Overall, just really well made boss. I'm very excited. So now we're getting pushed over to this side, so if the ice doesn't come from the other side, then I know I'm getting
Dodge those beams.
the beam. Pretty soon you'll need to pray magic during the beam or you'll die once it gets harder. Oh, you mean when I start doing hard mode? Yeah, people were telling me that like he gets harder and harder because you can enrage this boss, right?
From above.
So he keeps getting like harder and harder. Yeah. Yeah, that's still quite a ways away though, because I still don't do enough damage with my gear currently to do the 5th mechanic, which is
Switching up its attacks.
Oh, I don't have my E on my two-hand. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do the DPS check yet.
Incoming.
Nice, we're gonna get our big attack here.
It's charging.
Boom.
So much energy.
Ready your defenses.
Nice. All the way filled up. What's up? That's great. But I think I'm going to go ahead and stay. I'll do the slower kills. It's going to be a lot slower. But I want to stay in here. I want to try and kill this guy all 14 of these times without having to leave. And in order to do that, I'm going to need to stay on my defender. Hey, Kelper, thinking of doing an Ironman. What was the hardest things to get used to? It's different from a main. So I don't actually know Kelper. My only character is this character. So I started as an Iron. But primarily, the thing that's different about Iron than main is because you don't have access to the Grand Exchange. You have a lot broader sense of what you need to be doing and what is optimum. So if you're playing on a main account, the optimum strategy is always whatever gets you the most currency per time, because almost everything can be purchased in the game. So if I want to max out my summoning, I'm not looking to go farm charms. I'm looking to farm gold so I can buy charms, right? If I want to do herb lore, then I'm not looking to go farm herbs. I'm looking to farm gold so that I can buy herbs. And so that's just the case with all main activities. Oh, you can't buy charms? Okay. But that's just the case with pretty much all main activities, is that the best, most efficient way to do an activity as a main is always going to be the same, which is whatever your best gold making activity is. And that's just not true in Iron because you have no Grand Exchange. But yeah, I've been enjoying Iron a lot. I am going to be migrating this character. I actually already started the process of migrating this character to a main. The reason I'm doing that is I want to play Bronze instead of Iron. Because I really like using auction houses. I really like building up my economy. And so Bronze Man is... you may very well know this already, but you're only allowed to buy and sell items that you've already found on your own. It's not an officially supported game style, but it is fairly easy to keep yourself honest with it. And so, yeah, we're gonna do that. So that way we can interact with the Grand Exchange, which I think will be super fun. How do you keep track of items you've come across? Well, so for the really basic items, it doesn't really matter. Mostly people concern themselves with, like, the logs. So, you know, like I'm currently still trying to get some of the Barrows Brothers items. Like I don't have the Barrows Brothers wand. I don't have Durok's weapon. I don't have some of that stuff that I'd really like to have. So I can just go look at the Barrows Brother log and know Like, oh, okay, I don't have that item. And so then I just won't buy it. And then you can look at like your Slayer logs and all that other stuff as well. There are obviously some things that maybe you won't have the easiest time keeping track of, like the different types of like herbs or something maybe. But I don't think that's necessarily super important to keep track of, so I'm not too worried about it. The biggest thing for me will probably just be that I want to be able to sell more than I want to be able to buy. Because, like, for example, I had 11 extra Barrows necklaces at one point, and I high-alked all of them. And so high-alk, they were worth like 100k to me. But if I'd have sold them on the Grand Exchange, they'd have been worth 8 million. So I basically just lost, you know, 78 million gold or something like that from high-alking those. And it was very sad. Change your account so you can use GE. Yeah, you can. You can't ever come back, but you can always convert an account from a more strict to a less strict game mode. So you can go from Iron to Group Iron, and you can go from Group Iron down to main, but you can't ever go back.
It's that giant beam. What enormous power.
It takes a week, so I started the process yesterday to go from Iron to main. So it won't be until next Tuesday, about midway through my stream, when the conversion is finally actually complete. But yeah, I think it's honestly Kelper. Yeah, I started the process yesterday. Not yet evil. Not until next week. And also, I will be denying to accept things that I haven't already gotten. So like, you know, I won't be accepting better weapons and stuff like that so that maybe I can kill this boss faster until I actively go and get those things. I do appreciate that y'all are super generous and are always trying to help me out. But I will be trying to stick to the Bronze Man playstyle, just because it helps me focus on doing lots of different activities instead of getting bogged down doing just one activity.
Fortify yourself.
So what about if you find something on the ground? That's funny. No, I have not unlocked double surge yet. I don't even use surge. Basically everything in this game you can just walk away from, in my experience so far. So I haven't actually had to worry about it. Eventually, I'll have to worry about it. But today is not that day.
They're depleting your divine energy. Troublesome.
Yeah, if a player dropped it, then I just won't go pick it up.
Prepare for a barrage.
No queso, I haven't gotten any cool shit. We've gotten some of these remnants and some of these summoning focuses, but no cool shit yet. We did get, I guess, some Orichalcum salvage. That's nice.
A flurry of attacks incoming.
Whatever the hell onyx dust is. So I'm still playing on normal Kelper.
Steel yourself.
Oh shit. Well, that sucks. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, nice. But yeah, so I'm not playing hard mode right now, Kelper. So I'm not... Oh, nice. It's going to give me that same attack again.
It's charging.
Isn't that
so
sweet?
So much energy.
Brace yourself.
Ooh. Ooh, we barely made it. Oh my goodness, that was so close. So we're not getting like enrage and stuff. Yeah, we almost got nuked right there.
Run, world
I don't know
guardian.
why the game was trying to kill me. That's very rude. I'm not trying to kill the game. I mean, I am trying to kill the boss, but still. Why you gotta be so rude? I actually do have some more onyx dust. I don't think I have 100, but... Oh!
React to its attacks accordingly.
Prepare for a barrage.
That's interesting. So now it won't use... So that was obviously the last mechanic of a trio. And now the first mechanic of a trio. I didn't realize that it went through all of its mechanics before it would go back and repeat a mechanic. That's cool to know. So now I'm either gonna get the heal or... Okay, so we're gonna get the heal. So the mechanic after this is definitely going to be...
Can't dodge that.
The pillars. Okay. Okay. I see you, game. That's actually really neat. Thanks for the info, Queso. I hadn't picked up on that yet. I was just using the ice to identify what mechanic. And I didn't recognize that there was a bigger pattern at play. Not doing this with prayers is legit stressing me out. I mean, because I'm not on hard mode, it's not that big of a deal.
It's switching off
Y'all all
its
forget,
attacks.
I'm still a baby. I've had to use way too many foods this time. Honestly, I need to go ahead and trigger my rejuvenate.
We are victorious. Rest and recover your strength.
Damn, 40 glacier remnants? What's up, dude? Alex! Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Want to get back into RS3, but I think it's too much. Yeah, I actually have prayer potions here. Oh shit.
Safer location.
Oh no. So you mean during that flurry, right? Switching between, because he's got the green that appears sometimes. Is that when you mean to be
React
using the
to its
prayers?
attacks accordingly.
So like that's a ranged attack, that's a regular mage. And then that's a no ranged. Yeah. Well, the cannon beam I don't want to protect because then I'll heal less. So I even switch off to my two-hander when the beam comes because I want to take as much damage as I can. So I heal as much as possible. So I even switch off my defender so that my defender doesn't accidentally... Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, Queso. Somebody did tell me that earlier. That it hits you 3 times. Ooh, I'm gonna get back-to-back beams. Nice.
It's that giant beam.
Fortify yourself.
That's a good idea. Devotion plus magic prayer. I don't even have devotion yet, I don't think.
The air grows colder yet.
Yeah, what do you mean by it's too much, Alex? Is it
React to its
like
attacks
too many
accordingly.
different activities to figure out which activity to be doing, or what do you mean by it's too much? Use reflect because it hits it back. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's a good one.
Prepare for a barrage.
Okay, I'm getting this one back to back, so we'll put our prayer back on. Oh no, we're about to get the beam.
Brace yourself.
Beam. Yo, could you heal me for some more? Holy shit, dude. I come from OSRS, super basic. When I look at RS3, all I did was skill. Because I was lost in what to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I haven't ever played old school RuneScape. I only play RS3.
From above.
So I'm not really familiar with some of the big differences, other than maybe the combat difference. But personally, I really enjoy having the abilities. And specifically, I really enjoy having the Revo bar. So I kind of honestly play RuneScape 3 combat kind of like OSRS combat, and that I just kind of let my dude do what he's gonna do with very few like reactive inputs like prayers, resonance, weapon swapping, and stuff like that. I do manual, but pretty much everything else I put on my Revo bar and just let it happen automatically. So, yeah, I mean, I know combat is pretty complicated in RS3, especially if you're playing, like, really high-tier PVM. There's just a lot to do. But I think it's worth it. I definitely think it's worth it.
Stand firm,
Because it's a lot of fucking fun. Also, Alex Reyes, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Don't do a ton of damage and full heal. Time gets dicey though if you aren't good at it. Oh shit. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Everything is bad. Not paying attention. Don't have any more fish. I gotta kill this dude before I can go back. Maybe we should boost up a little here.
Prepare for
I do. I need to have some fishes. I was trying to kill him without going back to base. I wanted to finish my entire Reaper task without going back to base, but whatever. I'm gonna stick around for a bit, see how it goes. Maybe I'll give it a shot again. I think, so there's something cool happening, and that is that RuneScape 3 is enacting leagues like OSRS. So I think that's going to be the best opportunity, Alex, for there to be some crossover between the two groups. Is, you know, getting the OSRS folks in for some leagues on RuneScape 3, and then getting the RuneScape 3 folks in for leagues on OSRS. Because I think, you know, the games are different enough, and the mechanics are different enough. I'm gonna die. That if you like one more than the other, I just don't see a lot of point in putting a lot of time into the one that you don't enjoy more. But being able to take, you know, a brief little respite from your primary game to get a chance to play a little on the other one, I think is good. So, I mean, if you really like OSRS and you're still having a lot of fun playing it and you're not burnt out, then honestly, I don't think coming to RS3 is probably the right play for you. You might as well just keep playing the game that you're enjoying. I don't think I actually need any of these potions. I'm not really using them. So, let's see. Most of this stuff I'm just going to keep because I'm going to end up getting copies of this stuff anyway. So we'll hang on to that stuff, and then we'll fill up on fishes. Put one fish away so that I have the space to change gear, and then we'll go. Yeah, I don't really know much. I don't really know much about the previous league. I started playing like not too long after the previous league, but I have heard from quite a few people that it wasn't maybe the best thing. Things were a little unbalanced, and, you know, they just didn't really have an idea of what they should be doing with leagues because it was the first RS3 league. But it sounds like they've got a better handle on it now. And so we should be good to go on the next one.
It's changing its attack pattern.
Safer location.
I was reading and not paying attention. Fucking Chris is over here writing me novels about the last fucking league. Trying to figure out what people are talking about, and I'm dying. Oh no, it's fine. I honestly appreciate all the information.
Now.
I'm just fucking with you. I would rather chat be interesting and me die than chat not be interesting and me stay alive. Started the league in the last week with like 5 or 6 days to get enough points for the aura. Oh, was there an aura reward for the... I wonder what they're going to do now. You know that they're taking away the auras and a lot of the MTX stuff is getting taken away. I wonder what the rewards and stuff are going to be like for the league this year. Hopefully it's primarily cosmetic. What I would really like to see is some cross-populated cosmetics.
React to its attacks.
I would really love to get like an RS3 cosmetic for participating in the OSRS League instead of just getting something for OSRS. That'd be really cool. Because the OSRS League is supposed to be in April, right?
A flurry of attacks incoming.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw just the other day
So much energy.
that it was supposed to be in April, which means it's actually hitting at a good time for all the updates here on RS3, because we're getting combat update in February, then we're getting Haven Height in March, and then I don't actually think we get anything in April.
It's changing its attack pattern.
So that'll be a nice little break, I think. We'll go ahead and do the OSRS League in April, and then, you know, keep going from there. I know the RS3 is in like August or September, but I think the OSRS League is supposed to be in April. Don't quote me on that, but...
The air grows colder yet.
Run away! Don't freeze me!
It's changing its attack pattern.
It is April. Nice. Yeah, that's perfect. That's real perfect. We'll have to have a race on the channel. Set up some different breakpoints and stuff. I mean, you're about to be real not bored in this game. We've got combat update coming, which, I mean, everything you know about all the PVM is about to change, because none of the optimum strategies are likely to stay valid anymore. So you'll have to go back to every single boss and reevaluate strategies, which I'm excited for.
It's that giant beam.
Boom! God, I love that giant beam. So many heals.
It's switching up its attacks.
I also really should be more active about using... we're actually going to put this up here. We're going to auto use it. It'll be fine. Tomorrow going to be exciting, I guess, to see what they want to mess around with. What's happening tomorrow?
Dodge those beams.
Is tomorrow the beta?
Try
Oh
to
shit.
avoid the beams.
I didn't know that. Is the beta's only available to some people though, right? Like the ranged beta was? Where you have to like have access to the beta worlds or something? Oh, everyone can go? Nice. I guess I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Steel
Shit.
yourself.
Do I just take my regular character over there, or do I have to like make a special beta character, or what's the dealio? Imports your save separate from the main game. Oh, okay. Okay. I see you, game. Ooh. Ooh. That's my second manuscript. What is this thing? I mean, that's fine. I don't need the 99 stats. I don't mind playing with a lower tier version
Those beams
of the
sap
beta.
your power.
Because that'll give me an idea of like how it'll change earlier game. As opposed to, you know, everybody running around with like maxed characters. They only really get to see how it's going to affect a max account, so you can use to gain experience and skills. They need to be pretty high level though. Okay, cool. Oh, is that like for making pots? Is that what that is?
Steel yourself.
Boom. God, I love that fucking heal. It feels so good every single time you activate that resonance on that skill and just get that big ass heal. Man, that feels good. I'm never gonna get over it. Five days ago,
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
Lisa Reddit said they are aiming for Thursday. Okay. Well, I was planning on taking tomorrow off. And switching up my day off every week. But I mean, they're trying to get the combat update fully out by February, or in February. So having the beta now seems just fine. Because you've got to have time to make some tweaks and, you know, take some advice in, or take some feedback in, or whatever, before making the finalization. So if they don't want to have to put back the full launch, they definitely want to have the beta earlier
React to its
rather than
attacks
later.
accordingly.
Which I'm cool with. I dig it. Betas don't have to be good. I mean, it could just be garbage. Like, that's fine. Then all the feedback will just be like, hey, everything about this sucks. Change it. And it's better to know that sooner rather than later.
Prepare for a barrage.
That's fine. Range beta was like weeks ago, though, just for range. They scrapped a bunch of that. Yeah, but I mean, the skills that they have, right, melee and magic and ranged, are all fairly similar. You know, they have the threshold skills. All of their threshold skills are pretty close to the same. You know, they're pretty homogenized. So, doing a ranged beta gives you a pretty good idea of what people are looking for and what they want in the melee and magic as well. Honestly, I'd say ranged is the one that needs the most help because it doesn't have, like, secondary stuff. You know, melee's got strength, and so it has a lot more skills and stuff, and ranged is just kind of blah. Because it's just all the same, so.
Steel yourself.
Of course, you can take what I think with a big fat grain of salt. Because I've only been playing this game for 2.5 months. And I don't know my asshole from my elbow, so.
Dodge the ice beams.
I'm probably too elitist to have a non-biased combo about it. That is one of the things that worries me about the new combat update is, you know, evolution of combat had such a negative impact on the community and the size of the community. So I'm worried that people will have gotten too comfortable with the way things are, and then a big change will end up having the same effect on it again, and just a bunch of people will quit. And then we'll have, like, old school RuneScape 3, and then, like, regular RuneScape 3. So, I mean, they're planning on changing quite a bit about combat with the new update too, though. I mean, completely getting rid of the threshold thing is pretty massive. So I mean, it's gonna have a pretty big impact. To me, range feels like there's very little bloat to abilities. You use like 2 basics at endgame. Yeah, so the thing for me, Chris, that I think I dislike about combat in this game is how few different, like, statuses and effects there are, and how few interactions there are with those statuses and effects. Especially between different combat styles, right? None of the combat styles really have an individual identity to me, because they all have, like, basic abilities that do more damage if the target is stunned or bound, right? That's true with Slice. That's also true with the basic ranged ability. They all have bleeds, they all have channels, they all have just a set of really just the same skills. And so what I hope for, and what I would like to see in the future, is more status effects that are sort of unique to the different damage types, and that have unique interactions with each other. So you can build sort of different types of builds. Because right now everything feels pretty samey. Now, I am also super early game, and I realize that some of that changes later when you start getting,
It's that giant
you know, more
Stand
special
firm,
attacks and
Guardian.
things like that from different sources. But especially in the early and into the mid game, it really does just feel the same.
React to its attacks accordingly.
I mean, adrenaline is kind of a problem. No, Evil Peanut, I didn't. I started playing about 2.5 months ago on this character. And this is the only character I've really ever played. Ooh, a full Triskelion. That's cool. Not even just a piece, a whole one. Played since Classic, so my account's 23 years old. Damn. Yeah, see, so I feel like maybe that would be a good way to use it, Zoe, is just make every attack generate some adrenaline, and then use that as just the special attack bar,
From above.
and then don't have, like, regular abilities that interact with the adrenaline. And then you could even, you know, your adrenaline could still be for your eating, your adrenaline could still be for a bunch of things. But if everything else was just on a cooldown, instead of using
React to
adrenaline
its
with your
attacks
thresholds and
accordingly.
ultimates, then just put those on longer cooldowns. And then just let the adrenaline bar be for special attacks and for eating. And I feel like that would be cool. 2 months of progress. Yeah, no, I'm pretty... I mean, I play a lot, Kelper. I stream 36-ish hours a week, and then I play like 10 hours a day. So...
It's charging. So much energy.
I am a degenerate. Can dump tons of adrenaline and stall out, or micromanage it. Then everything becomes CDR-based, super scripted. Well, so... yeah, but things are already kind of scripted. Because, I mean, you still have cooldowns, and those cooldowns, you know, you still have adrenaline, and so you know how much adrenaline you're gaining. I don't know. I don't know. Because if you didn't have adrenaline,
React to its
then
attacks
you could be
accordingly.
more reactionary in that you could choose to use more or less skills. Right? So right now you have a limit of how many threshold skills you can viably be using in any given period. I don't know. Everything
React
is
to
based
its
on
attacks
crits,
accordingly.
RNG, giving adren. I guess probably what I would really like to see is not just a removal of the adrenaline system, but then also a limit to the number of skills you could have on your bar. And I assume that would really piss off like the entire PVM community, and so it's unlikely to ever happen. But adrenaline and limiting the number of skills you can carry would ultimately sort of have the same effect, where you're limited in how many skills you can conceivably be using in a given period of time, because you can, you only have enough adrenaline to use so many skills, but then limiting how many bars you could have would have that sort of same effect. So, and that's what I would like to see, is add more skills with more variety of statuses, and then reduce the number of skills you can have available to you when you go into a combat. And I think that would create a lot more creativity in build. It would create a lot more variety in builds. And ultimately, I think it would be better for the game. But I don't think that the community at large would accept that, just because they've gotten so familiar with, you know, the 5 skill bar system, or 4 skill bar system, or whatever it is. They're going to make it more like Necro with lower amount of skills, the way Adrenaline works with that. I don't think I could live without my 4 almost full action bars. Yeah, I don't think most people who play this game could. I could never live with 4 full action bars. Like, that would drive me insane. I will never have that many. I'm never going to have more than 2. I may add a 3rd bar so that I can put skills that I like to frequently swap on like a 3rd action bar, but not so that I can use those skills, just so that they're there so that I can quickly swap them out and stuff. But I'm not really interested in like having a bajillion skills available. Oh, if they add another action bar, I will lose my shit. Don't do it to me, game. Don't do it to me. Because then they'll balance.
It's charging. So much energy.
You tried to kill here yet with Berserk, no defender, full prayer. Like at the Flesh Hatcher. No, I haven't gone that far. I don't think...
It's switching up its attacks.
Just because, I mean, I have to have at least a shield swap. Because I have to be able to throw down resonance. I guess I could bring my bone shield stuff and run it that way. I did try and kill the three mechanic boss. I've got my 2-handed dragon sword with me, and so I was using that and not having all of my other defensive skills. It was quite a bit faster, but I did end up using a lot more food, which isn't necessarily a big issue, because it is just food and not any other resources. But I don't know. Honestly, I would probably have an easier time on the 4 mechanic boss if I stuck to my 2-hander instead of doing the swap. The only issue I would potentially see is Berserk and Rejuvenate would potentially get in my way, because actually what I need to do is probably throw Berserk on here, or at the very least throw on Overpower for when I hit maximum. So I was needing to conserve some adrenaline for my 2-handed dragon sword's special attack whenever he was summoning minions. And so Berserk and Rejuvenate and stuff like that, I just kept getting hit with the minions right after I would use an ultimate, and then not be able to hit my AoE, and just get murked, like, super hard by the stupid ass glaciites or whatever. It was rough.
Charging. So much energy.
But yeah, I mean, I guess we could try it with, I'd have to make some more runes, but Dragon Rider Lance is really nice for your level for melee AoE. Okay. Is it good for my attack level or good for my, like, average level?
Dodge the ice beams.
Because my attack level is, like, really out of proportion with everything else. And because of that, and because I don't have a lot of the, like, gear in the 80 to 85 range or even 90 range, I actually can't kill a lot of things that drop stuff that I would maybe be able to use with my attack level.
From above.
Because I'm just not there yet. Thought you were gonna buy. Well, I can't do that yet, Chris, because I'm not a main yet.
React to its attacks accordingly. It'll soon be back. Let's rest while we can.
Let's see. Some water battle staves. Hey, nice. Uncut dragon stones. Yeah, I do still have quite a bit of progress to make that's sort of outside of like level progress, because I still have bosses to kill. I still have you know, tiers of equipment to get before I can keep moving on through some of the bosses. So my attack level is a little bit misleading. Because I can't really use things at this level yet. Yeah, I already started the conversion yesterday, Queso. I'm not gonna play main. I'm gonna play bronze.
Air grows colder yet.
So I still won't buy anything from the GE that I haven't already gotten myself. But I do want, because I get so many duplicates of so many things, and because I really like interacting with auction houses, I really want to be able to, like, sell my
React to its
duplicates
attacks
and
accordingly.
do all that stuff. So I want to see this gold number go up more. It's going up too slow as an iron, and it's pissing me off. I want gold.
Fortify yourself.
Can't dodge that.
Will arguably be lower on a main since you'll be spending more also. Yeah, that's maybe true. Maybe true. I don't know, because of the way I play the game, because I like to use as few
Faster attacks
resources
incoming.
as possible, that might not be true. Because I still like using the sword in Defender, and I still like, you know, using all the defensive skills and stuff. That just really suits my playstyle. So I don't see myself necessarily changing that when I start playing main. I don't know, maybe a little bit, but when you can buy 100 fish instead of fishing and cooking, I mean, that's true. You're definitely right about that. Especially, I mean, I've only got 3 more fishing levels before I can get blubbers. And so only needing to get to a point where I like cook 1 blubber and then just being able to buy a shitload of blubbers would be pretty dope. Your cash stack on your iron is 600 million? Damn. You're balling out of control, dude. Yeah, that's definitely true, Chris. I mean, even here at this boss, normally I would put resonance in my Revo bar. But I can't here, because if I ever eat this full attack, I just lose. October 2024. Oh, damn. So you made all that money hella quick. That's crazy. Or were you just like crafting and high alking, like really high tier armor or something?
Dodge those beams.
Dodge those beams. Alking salvage drops from Slayer embossing? Damn. I am pretty happy that I can get Orichalcum from this nerd. Orichalcum salvage.
The air grows colder yet.
Yeah, I'll be excited to be able to do streaks and stuff on hard mode here. That'll be super fun. I'm very excited about it.
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
Ooh, I almost didn't get that off fast enough. I wasn't really paying attention. Damn.
Okay, here come the different attack styles.
Yeah, 4 billion for an armor set seems a little excessive. Yeah, see you later there, Lee. Thanks for stopping by, saying what's up, keeping the chat lively and interesting. Hope you have a great night.
Steel yourself.
A flurry of attacks incoming.
A flurry of attacks incoming.
That giant beam. Can't dodge that.
I should probably start dragon cleaving this thing more instead of using overpower or whatever. But that's the other thing, is the fact that I fucking accidentally high elked my Baneite weapons is really making this take longer.
Watch your step. Prepare for a barrage.
Get bapped.
React to its attacks accordingly.
You react to its attacks accordingly. Booyah. Oh shit. Is that 25 Arc Glacier kills? Oh, 6 keys? Nice. Very nice.
Faster attacks incoming.
Honestly, based on some of the prices y'all are telling me, I don't even think I have a choice but to play bronze. Because there's no way you could ever afford a $1.2 billion or gold item without getting a 1.2 billion gold item.
Can't dodge that.
So you sort of have to play bronze, no matter what. Gotta throw some more basics on this bar? No. We get 5 basics, we're good. This one has a 5-second cooldown.
From above.
I might need to move the 5-second to the left so that it goes in the middle.
Watch your step.
So it gets used a little more often, maybe. There's a strong 7-second and 10-second one you can fill, though. Is it possible? I might not even have those abilities. I guess one that I was using before, I don't know why I took Havoc out. I took Havoc out for some reason previously, but it normally is in here. 7, 9, and... Oh, I love anticipation. And sacrifice. You must be smoking crack.
Your divine energy. Troublesome.
Yeah, why don't I have...
Watch your step.
Havoc was definitely in there before. I've been doing a lot of stuff.
Move to a safer location.
Bash is good.
It's charging. So much energy.
Oh shit. Oh, fuck me. I'm looking at my skill bar too much. We're not really paying attention here. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of changing. And I've been using this bar. Yeah, where I do have both Decimate and Havoc.
Avoid the ice.
And we're back to full health. So... let's see. I could probably throw Decimate right on the end here. Yeah, there we go. Good call.
Run, World Guardian. Watch your step.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. There were definitely some issues with some of those things.
It's switching up its attacks.
I mean, 100%. Let's see. So Sever's doing 13 to 1500.
Run, World Guardian.
And that's with
Watch your step.
110 to 130%. So my 100% damage is about 1100 damage. So that means Bash at base does about 1100. Plus 10% of your shield's armor value plus your defense level. So my shield's armor value is only 148. That's only 14 plus my defense, so I'm getting almost another 100. So Bash is pretty close to the same damage as Sever. Oh, but it only does 20. Oh, okay. So that's why Bash is so bad, is the high variance, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
It's charging. So much energy.
Brace yourself.
You are right about that. Okay. Well, that can go off. And that'll only be used if I use, like, an actual shield that has a potential to actually hit. Yeah, I would never take Sever off, for sure. So that one might be worth moving this way then. So that it goes on its cooldown more often.
React
And sort
to its
of
attacks
weaves itself
accordingly.
in between the rest of these. Which I think is the way it's set up on my other one also. It's been a while since I've actually looked at this action bar and done anything to it. But yeah, those are all good changes. Thank you.
Ready your defenses.
Stand firm, World Guardian.
You know, just working on my skill setup while we're trying to fight
Prepare
the
for a barrage.
super hard boss. And somehow magically not getting killed. Because I'm so fucking good at this game.
flurry of attacks incoming.
It's that giant beam. Stand firm, World Guardian. It'll soon be back. Let's rest while we can.
Booyah. Hey, 6 more dragon stones. Please and thank you.
It's switching up its attacks.
Hey, what's up, Grizz? How are you today?
It's switching up its attacks.
Oh, gotta run. Almost just let the ice get me.
Brace yourself.
Been here the whole time just watching and doing some divination. Nice. I appreciate the lurk.
Run, World Guardian.
I've got a thing now that tells me when the first time somebody chats every day. So we've probably talked about this, and maybe I'll make something in the meantime. But I've got a game that I'm developing for the chat to play that uses like Scrabble style tiles that you put together to create attack commands to fight a boss, like collectively as a group. But one of the things I do want to put in there is a lurk command that allows people to input it, and they will have like an aura buff effect on the chat character. So like giving the chat character a heal over time, or like a damage boost or something like that. So you don't necessarily have to actively be playing to be supporting the group as you watch. So there will be something like that when I can get some stuff working on the game. But right now I've run into a problem trying to connect my... I use streamer.bot for entering commands. And so I'm trying to connect streamer.bot and the game logic to an LLM so that we can use natural language to create attacks. And then we feed it through the LLM and it picks the attack closest to whatever word you input. And then we use the Scrabble tile values for the letters that you use to create the base damage. And then, you know, affect it with multipliers based on what attack you're using and what equipment the chat character has.
React to its attacks accordingly.
So as soon as I get the LLM connected and we can actually use natural language to create the attacks, then I'll be able to start working on some of that other stuff. But I want to have like an active effect, the lurk command, to have an active effect on the game.
Changing its attack pattern.
My older brother gave me an idea, and as a, what am I writing my code with? It's not really code. It's more just logic stuff. Because streamer.bot allows you to use a lot of logic and bullshit. So it's not really something I have to code so much as it is just building the logic out. But it intakes, I think, C#. You can make code blocks, and it intakes C#, I believe. It's been a while since I've written any code for any of it.
The air grows colder yet.
But mostly, I'm just using streamer.bot to create and store variables, and then acting on those variables based on events and stuff. So it's more of a visual scripting language than anything else. Through streamer.bot.
Ready your defenses, World Guardian.
And then it just directly affects. So instead of making like a whole game, it just directly affects my OBS studio. So all of the animations and stuff for the characters are just files that are in my OBS. And then it sets the file to visible. And then the animation plays. And then it sets the file to not shown. And it just goes away. It would obviously be more malleable if, you know, I like went into Godot and made an actual game and then ran it as a web app and then put that web app as a source in my OBS. But that's significantly more complicated for me to build.
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
And I'm not a programmer. So for right now, we're doing the super low rent bullshit way. When we get this boss killed here, I'll show you a couple of the models and stuff.
Dodge the ice beams.
Ever worked with computers for work? No. I was an electronics technician in the Navy. But no. I've never like worked in IT or been a computer programmer. I was going to school when I was in college. My degree path was computer science. So I have done a lot of educating myself over my life, just sort of on my own. I've taken a lot of Udemy courses on game development and, you know, things like that. But when I was in the Navy, I worked on the Sea Whiz. So I say I was an electronics technician. I wasn't actually. I was what's called a fire controlman. But it's basically an electronics technician for weapon systems. And specifically, I was a Sea Whiz technician. which is yeah, just maintenance and operation. So we kept the CWIS running, but then also we stood all the watches in the Combat Information Center. So if we ever had to like shoot the weapon, we did that. Which was the most fun, because as part of our maintenance requirements, we actually had to shoot it once a month. And that was hella fun. But let's go see here real quick. Let's turn on this dude. There we go. So if you see down in the bottom right now, this is the Bunch of Nerds character, which is the character I made, well, an AI made to represent the chat. And then this is the first boss we created. This is the Sorosaurus. CWIS, Close In Weapon System, CIWS. It's a 20mm 6-barrel Gatling gun with a fire control radar on it that shoots a couple thousand rounds a minute. And so it's a point defense weapon. Have you ever seen The Expanse, the TV show? They have PDCs, point defense cannons, and they shoot missiles out of the air with them when they're under attack. Okay, well, so it's a Gatling cannon that shoots 20mm rounds, and it's used specifically for missile defense. And so if a missile is coming at the ship, the CWIS radar picks it up and tracks it, and then it basically just puts a wall of lead in between the ship and the missile, and then the missile runs into the bullets and explodes instead of running into the ship and exploding. But yeah, this dude over here is the Sorosaurus. And so the way the bosses are going to work, C-Rams are the ground version of them that they use on. So there's RAM, which is a rolling airframe missile, which is kind of the same setup as the CWIS, but instead of shooting a bunch of bullets, it shoots a missile and does basically the same thing. And then there's the land version of those things that they've been using to protect like forward operating bases and stuff. They just put RAM launchers and CWISs on the back of big trucks and then just drive them around to places to defend things. But yeah, it's the same platform. But this guy over here is the Sorosaurus. And so the way bosses work is the bosses have like gimmicks. So the Sorosaurus doesn't like words that are the same. So like big, huge, gigantic, stuff like that. And he has a hidden list of words that will trigger him to attack the character. And that hidden list is basically a bunch of words and all of their synonyms. And so the way it works is there's a timer. This is the timer right here. And that timer ticks down. And every time that timer reaches 0, the boss attacks, and then the timer resets. But the players, or the chat, every time they chat a message in the chat window, they add time to that timer. And so you can keep the boss from attacking by talking. But if you accidentally say in the chat one of the words that triggers the Thesaurosaurus to get angry, then he attacks. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You want to chat to keep the dino from attacking, but then if you say the wrong thing, he attacks. But because he has a gimmick where he doesn't like synonyms, then you know if you say something like big and he attacks, then you know that you shouldn't say like huge, gigantic, stuff like that. So as you learn what the attack triggers are, you can avoid stepping on the landmines. And so there's going to be different bosses that are going to have different gimmicks. And as you kill bosses, you'll pick up items, and that'll make the base stats of the chat character stronger. And then, you know, there'll be a multiplier that gets added to the different characters. All kinds of stuff like that. And we have played it on the channel in a more rudimentary form where you just had commands for the attacks. So you would do like exclamation point attack, and it was always the same attack with the same damage value. And so all the logic works for the combat, and all the logic works for the enemy to die, and then a new boss to get spawned. And we've already gone through and worked all that out. And so as soon as I can make the attack commands more interesting, then we'll bring the game back. And I actually think that I'm probably going to set it up where the boss is going to be a little smaller instead of taking up all this space over here. I'm going to put the boss right here on top of my thing, and then I'm going to put the chat character right here. And then whenever they do their animations, we'll move them into the center to do their animations here. And so it'll just be a little thing. You know, I'm not trying to take up like the whole screen or anything, but just to give people something to do. And then you'll earn, so instead of channel points, which is what we were previously using to determine if you could trigger an attack or not, we'll go ahead and use like Scrabble tiles. And so every couple of minutes that you watch, you'll get a tile. And so W's are weighted differently. And I already wrote all the code for this, and it all works. But I weighted them basically the same way Scrabble is weighted, where some letters are really common, but they're not worth very many points. And then some letters are really uncommon, and they're worth a lot of points. So instead of channel points, you'll get letters. And you'll be able to check what letters you have, and then you'll use those letters like Scrabble to make words. So maybe chat will have an attack command called punch, right? And that has just a 1x damage multiplier and maybe a 0.10 crit rate, right? And so what you'll do is instead of just typing exclamation point punch and getting a 1x damage multiplier and a 10% crit rate, is maybe you'll type in the word uppercut because you have the letters to spell uppercut. And so based on the values that these letters are worth, right? A U might be worth 3 points, a T is probably only worth 1 point. So you add up all those values, and that's the base damage of the punch attack. So I'll feed the word uppercut into an LLM, and I'll say which one of the words, which one of the possible attacks, right? Maybe you have punch, maybe you have kick, maybe you have slice, right? These are all your different attack possibilities. And the LLM will take in the word uppercut and then compare it to all of your possible attack types. And it'll say, okay, uppercut is like punch. And then it'll send back to my game, trigger the punch attack. And then, so the game will trigger the punch attack, and it'll take in uppercut. It'll figure out what the base value of the attack is, and then it'll give that 1x multiplier, and then you'll get that 0.10 crit chance, and potentially get a crit hit. And so there will be some creativity on the side of chat, where instead of just picking an attack to use, you're looking to make the most effective use of your letters that you have available. to trigger certain attacks with high base damage numbers based on that. But it's still very much a work in progress, unfortunately. But that connection to the LLM is sort of the last thing I need to do. And then y'all can play goofy ass chat games while I farm divination for hours and hours on end. I have been getting to it. I only came up with this idea in like September. Yeah, I didn't start developing the game until September. And like I said, I am not a game developer. I'm just raw dogging this whole thing, learning as I go.
Steel yourself.
Prepare for a barrage.
Faster attacks incoming.
It has been really fun to learn about, though.
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
From above.
Fortify yourself.
This dude's such a nerd. He's like, I'm gonna laser beam you. Oh, I accidentally healed you. And then he turns around and just does it again. Hall of Memory, best XP for divination. Yeah, I have been doing some Hall of Memory.
Dodge those beams.
That's how I gained most of the XP that I got from 70 to 75. I have still done some regular divination stuff, but...
A flurry of attacks incoming.
React to its attacks accordingly.
You react to its attacks accordingly. Whatever, whatever. I do what I want. I can't believe I gotta kill this nerd 5 more times. It's too much. Much too much.
It's that giant beam. What enormous power.
Whew. Just barely got it off again. One of these days I'm going to be good at this game, but it is not this day.
Run, World Guardian.
Run, World Guardian.
Prepare for a barrage.
Right, more summoning XP. That's right. See, that's really cool. I honestly am pretty shocked at how quickly we're getting the glacial remnants and stuff. Because we're only going to need 2,500 or something like that to make the tier 85 weapons. So I'm pretty excited. Just at how quickly I feel like I've been getting them. At least how few kills it's been taking to get them. So I'll need to increase my kill speed so that I can get more of them more quickly.
Move!
But I get like 20 every kill, which is pretty solid.
Those aren't beams of sunshine.
Those aren't beams of sunshine.
Prepare for a barrage.
And then, what are these for charging? Yeah. Got it, got it. Do I get the Pontifex ring from this person? Or do I just get the thing?
Accordingly.
Okay. Yeah, I don't get the ring from this. Ooh, the Scripture of Ren. Do I have to make that? Or can I just get
It's that
that?
giant beam.
Because I really want that scripture.
Block now.
She says block now, way too late. I was like already getting beamed in the face. And she's like, block now. What was that garbage? Some more onyx dust. Nice. DG Divination is best XP. You mean Dungeoneering? Because I'll go do some Dungeoneering. I gotta level up some Dungeoneering anyway.
Steel yourself.
Yeah, get assaulted, you big fucking nerd.
React to its attacks accordingly. Dodge the ice beams!
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
React to its attacks accordingly.
Dodge those beams.
Oh, I'm gonna dodge those beams. You just wait and see. Random dude who's not even helping.
Faster attacks incoming.
I should honestly probably take out the tendrils and go ahead and add back in Quake. That feels better.
Fortify yourself.
Stand firm, World Guardian.
Boom.
From above.
It's changing its attack pattern. Move!
Run away! Roro, my headset just told me that my battery is low.
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
This seems to be going okay-ish with the two-hander.
The air grows colder yet.
It could definitely go better if we whipped out some Necro
It's
runes
changing its attack pattern.
and set it up. So that we didn't even have to switch to the defender. And then, you know, we could put our rejuvenation up here. We could get an ultimate attack in here. Definitely would probably be much faster to kill it that way. But then we'd have to have Necro runes, and I don't have those. So we'll just keep swapping.
Fortify yourself.
Almost didn't make it that time. Hit some wrong buttons in there.
Fortify yourself.
It'll soon be back. Let's rest
Booyah.
while we can.
Hey, more uncut dragon stones. 3 more kills. We can make it. We can make it. Actually really need to pee.
Prepare for a barrage.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it. And I don't think that I could probably get away with just leaving this guy to
React
fight
to its attacks
for long enough to
accordingly.
go use the restroom. I don't think that's a thing.
Brace yourself.
You actually get way more time to hit the right buttons than it looks like you do on that, because the damage only ticks in the middle. I assume that because people are talking about how you get 3 hits on the hard mode, one of them is the beginning, one of them is the end, and then one of them is that middle one that I'm normally getting. Also, what's up?
Move to a safer location.
LaCoin? We're gonna go with LaCoin. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow
Prepare
over on
for a
Twitch.
barrage.
How are you? How are you enjoying your time in RuneScape?
It's switching its attacks.
Is it? Is it switching up its attacks? That's so crazy.
From above.
Ooh, we're real close to dead here. Oh, I don't have eat as a button on here. Well, that was stupid.
It's that giant beam.
Let's go over here. Let's get the eat button. Put it right there. Perfect.
React to its attacks accordingly.
Gotta get in here and try and get a rejuvenate off. Since we're just standing here attacking, I should be able to build up enough. Yeah. Perfect.
Ready your
Hey, what's up,
defenses.
library?
Block now.
We're only doing 3 mechanics. But I can kill the 3 mechanic glacier pretty consistently without using any food. I can kill the 4 mechanic glacier. And I can do it without food. Although I have to not fuck up. Which is difficult for me. But I can't... There's the one that's the DPS check, where you've got to break through the claw to get out. And I just can't quite do that on the higher mechanic numbers, because the claw gets more health. So we're not quite to a 5 mechanic glacier yet. And we're not doing like any hard mode or anything like that. So it's been fun though. I am definitely enjoying this fight. Easily one of the best bosses I've ever played in any MMO.
Brace yourself.
I mean, it's cool because I feel like the content isn't going to go away for a while.
The different attacks.
And I feel like I'm actually a little sad. I should have started killing this boss a long time ago. Because I could have just been fighting it on 1 mechanic or 2 mechanics, which is really cool because it means that the boss is just going to kind of level up with me. And I like that a lot. Because, I mean, when you fight it with just 1 mechanic, it only has 60k health.
Run, World Guardian.
So, I mean, I could have been killing this thing when I started fighting the mole, probably. On a 1 mechanic. Granted, I wouldn't have gotten nearly as many resources and stuff, but that's fine. Need 2k souls in the well.
React to its attacks accordingly.
Yeah, that's like the only way that I level Necro is doing the rituals or whatever. So I always have as many souls as I need.
Ready your defenses.
What enormous power.
You're right. I do have enormous power. Such enormous power that I turn this enemy's attacks into heals.
It's changing its attack pattern.
Because I'm a badass. Alright, I definitely can't wait for another 16 minutes.
Well fought, world.
I gotta go use the restroom. Ooh, Hydrix bolt tips. And 100k. Yo. I'll be right back. Your eyeball kill time is less than a minute. Is that what you're saying, Apex?
It's changing its attack pattern.
Almost. Nice. That's good stuff. I think my record on the eyeball right now is like 1:09 with my melees.
A flurry of attacks incoming.
A flurry of attacks incoming. Please move. Thank you.
Brace yourself.
Goodness, that almost went terribly. Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. That's mostly with tier 70 gear. I can almost get that with the full Varric set, which is all tier 70, but I can absolutely hit that with the Varric set with the dual wielding Bane weapons. So tier 70 tank armor and a tier 80 set of weapons gives me that time. So if I was using like dragon armor or power armor,
Faster attacks incoming.
or corrupted dragon armor, or whatever for power armor, then I could probably get it sub 1 minute. And that'd be super dope.
It's changing its attack pattern. From above. Ready your defenses.
What enormous power.
I didn't get shit for heals out of that one. That sucks. Once I hit 70 necro, that's when the fun begins. I mean, the fun began once you made the very intelligent decision
React to its attacks
to play
accordingly.
RuneScape. That's when the fun began.
It's switching up its attacks.
Dodge those beams. Ready your defenses, World Guardian.
That was like the weakest sauce heal I have ever seen in my life. And I still have a minute before I can use my rejuvenate. I think I'm gonna die.
The air grows colder yet.
We're gonna try and eke by here with my dual wield setup and see if maybe we make it, but I am less than hopeful.
Faster attacks incoming. It's changing its attack pattern.
Is it? Is it changing its attack pattern? Whatever will I do? Alright, I'll do the same thing I've been doing.
World Guardian.
I'll beat its ass.
It's changing its attack pattern.
Alright. got this kill, and then we got one more kill, and then we're done with the Arc Glacier. And then we probably need to go back and do a little more Flesh Hatcher killing for the XP. Because we did not get, we've only gotten like 400,000 XP, maybe 500,000
Run, World Guardian!
attack XP today. And we definitely need more of that. So I'll probably spend the rest of my day today, even after stream, killing the Flesh Hatcher. Yeah, I got
That giant beam.
2 million more XP to get. And then we'll be good to go. We'll have our 99, and then we'll go murder stuff until we get all of our shards, and then we'll get our yellow inverted cape. Alright, 5 more crystal keys. Nice. Boom, dude. Oh my gosh.
It's changing its attack pattern.
I really like just staying in here and killing this guy over and over, even though I'm not necessarily doing it like super optimum.
Flurry of attacks incoming.
And it would surely be better to be going back every time and like filling up prayer and other stuff. I'm really enjoying doing it this way.
Yet.
I really can't wait to get some tier 80 or 85 armor and weapons to get to maybe do some higher level bosses. The bosses in this game are so fucking cool. God, I like playing this game. I feel like the RuneScape community, despite the fact that they're not hiding it away, have just been like hiding RuneScape from the rest of the world forever. And the rest of us are out here just in this desolate wasteland of garbage pay-to-win bullshit MMOs. And all the people who play RuneScape have just been sitting here for decades, like watching all of us struggle to try and find a decent MMO. Been here the whole time.
React to its attacks accordingly.
Yeah, since 2007. Well, I guess I was playing Guild Wars 1 in 2007.
It's switching up
And
its
honestly,
attacks.
I wouldn't trade my time in Guild Wars 1 for anything. As much as I enjoy this game, I still think Guild Wars 1 is better.
It's charging. So much energy.
Brace yourself.
That game was the shiznit. Yeah, a good video game will do that for you. Give you something to wake up for every day. For sure.
It's charging. So much energy.
Brace yourself.
Oh, gross.
Prepare for a barrage.
That sucks. Did you get her playing RuneScape? Oh, poo. Fucking kids. No respect for their elders.
The air grows colder yet.
No respect. Although, admittedly, that's exactly why I didn't play RuneScape for the longest time. It's because I thought it was boring.
React to its attacks accordingly.
So I guess I can't talk too much shit.
Prepare for a barrage.
You prepare for a barrage.
It's charging. So much energy.
Brace yourself.
So much energy. Full heal.
Run, World Guardian.
React to its attacks accordingly.
Almost there. I think we're gonna make it. I don't
It's
think
changing its
I'm
attack
gonna
pattern.
die.
Steel yourself, World Guardian.
I almost forgot to hit the button twice, and I didn't get out my defender. Things almost went really bad there. How sad would it have been
Attacks incoming.
just a couple K short of getting the kill? Let myself get nuked. Be awful.
Excellent.
Alright. Booyah. Got our Reaper task done. That was a long one. That was a real long one. But I think that's a really kind of fun way to go about doing those tasks, because if I wasn't doing them that way, then, you know, we'd be fighting easier bosses. And not actually having to try. And that's not really what I'm after. I definitely want to have to try. Let's see. Let's go over here, get our old Varick Mall. And let's go do this Triskelion thing. I think the Triskelions are always in the same spot, yeah. So far, I don't think I've ever found one that wasn't over here. Oh shit, there's an eyeball chasing me. Ah! OF Slay No More. Hey, got an elite scroll, some dragon stones. Ooh, some animica spirit stones. Very nice. All right. You know what? Let's go check over here. It's been 3 or 4 days since I checked on my miscellanea resources. And I think that I would like to do that. I was just gonna leave them to sit there for like 100 hours. Or not 100 hours, 100 days. I was gonna fill it up with 7.5 mil. And just not chase it, or not touch it. But I don't think I have the patience for that. Even though I'm probably not about to do anything with these resources that I'm about to get. And so picking them up doesn't really matter. I still want to go get them. Because I want to see them. Yes, I would. 1,700 maple logs. Bird's nest with rings. Look at all these. Look at all that. I want to take those, but we'll bank everything else. I want to search these though. Sapphire ring, sapphire ring, sapphire ring. You suck. How rude. Give me a Hydrix ring. Can I get a Hydrix ring out of those? Give me something tasty and delicious. Oh, you know where else we need to go? To Anachronia. It's been a while since I've been over here too. Alright. Oh yeah, look at all them resources. See, I need a Town Hall Tier 2. Which requires 20,000. My storehouse can hold 25. So if I want to do that, I gotta wait. Or I can get some more workers, which would allow me to do a little more of this. Let's see, I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So I'd get 5 more so I could bump these up. What does a spa do? Agility XP is increased on the island. Ooh. 10% chance of gathering an additional resource from woodcutting in big game encounters. 1% damage boost. Remote totem. Alright, well, let's get the sleeping quarters done then. That way we can get some more peeps. We'll put one there, put one there. And then... yeah, something like that. That'll be fine. Dope. Suzaku has received Ralph the Thieving Pet at 60 million thieving XP. Good for you, Ralph, or Suzaku, whatever the fuck your name is. I'm supposed to go kill the Flesh Hatcher, but I don't want to. But whatever, let's do it. Let's murder this nerd for a little while. We'll even put on our little jobber there. That'll feel good. We just gotta hope for our 1 in a million bow drop. whoops. Okay. We fucked up. Brain started doing something else. Okay. We've got our head back on our shoulders. We can do all the things now. It's kind of nice to come back and fight a nice, easy boss after fighting that glacier for a while. I've already got the timing and stuff down so well on this boss. Just smooth as hell. Yeah, and it only takes, you know, 1 minute and 20 seconds instead of 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Although, the first time I killed the Flesh Hatcher, it took me 12 minutes. And I'm already killing this bad boy in 1 minute. So, I'm sure I'll be kicking that glacier's ass in no time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that... I think if I don't get the maximum... adrenaline and start with the Berserk, I don't think I kill the boss before he summons minions. Every time. So I go back so I can get the adrenaline, so that I don't have to deal with the ad phase. Because that's just one less button I have to press. Because I'm a lazy sack of shit. But, I mean, I could come in here, like, with my defender, and I wouldn't even lose HP. And I could just stay forever. But we discovered when we, started building the rotation for the two-hand, that it was taking me, like, 3 minutes to get the kill with my defender. And it only takes me, you know, a minute 20 or whatever to get the kill with my two-hander. So ultimately, even coming back and getting all these resources and stuff is kind of faster this way. Question: when your account switches to normal, you only trade sell items you obtain first. Yes. That is correct. So things like crystal seeds, instead of having to get every crystal seed I need on my own, I'll be able to just buy crystal seeds after I get the first one. And then it'll give me something to do with some of my spare stuff. Gotta get that necro pouch for necro runes. Yeah, I need rune pouches for regular runes too. Oh yeah? You just need the one though, right? And then you just keep putting runes in it? Or do you have to, like, keep rebuying them? $59 mil for basic? Fuck you? How about that? I don't think I need a rune pouch that bad. That's like all the money I've ever made times 10. Ooh, that's kind of nice. That's pretty nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of why I am switching over. It'll give me the ability to bond my own account and allow me another number that I can watch go up. I've always really enjoyed playing markets and selling things and, you know, making currency and stuff. But I just don't want to live without that. After 99 attack grind, you start doing other content, you'll make, oh yeah. Oh yeah. We'll get our farm going and maybe start doing some more daily farming stuff with the herbs. Especially if we get herb lore up. And then maybe we can be, you know, making some potions and stuff and selling them. or all kinds of things. One of the most important things is to find stuff that has a limit. So I know they're trying to get rid of a lot of daily scape stuff, but a lot of that seems to be focused on the events and not necessarily on the daily resource grinds. So things like running the farm plots and stuff like that to get herbs for good potions, high tier potions, is still something that's got a little bit of a time gate to it. And so those are things that are usually extremely lucrative on a per time input scale. So, you know, you run around real quick, you plant all your herbs, you come back, you pick up your herbs, and then you quickly make a couple of potions. And even though it's not a ton, it still ends up being pretty valuable on a per time basis. That's something I'll have to look into. I'll have to see if maybe there are some herbs that you can't get or don't get very often from bosses and slayer tasks. Like a really, really high level herb that you don't get. And then that'll just be the one I plant. Because that'll be where the value's at. And then, you know, we'll do our royal dragons or whatever. You get to 99 farming from Animal Farm? Nice. Yeah, I just started doing my daily woad leaves in my beehives again. So we've gone from 40 something to 53 in like less than a week. Really just gotta keep doing the beehives. They're important. That dude almost got me. Man, I can't believe that the beta is maybe gonna be tomorrow. I need to actually go into the Discord and look at that real quick. Here we go. It's probably in game news. Okay, well I can't find that. I'll have to go look later. Yeah, somebody was talking about the combat beta is supposed to happen tomorrow. Which will be awesome if that's true. Otherwise, I will probably... So I'm probably going to rotate my day off again. Because Thursdays are like the lowest viewership days, pretty much platform-wide. So instead of streaming on Thursdays and then not streaming on Sunday, which is not a bad day to be streaming, I think I'm going to start taking Sundays off, or Thursdays off, and start streaming on Sundays. I just have that Discord for the Gim games. I don't have a channel Discord. Because I'm not a very social person outside of my stream. I'm pretty introverted, and so I don't tend to like go into my Discord and talk and stuff like that when I used to have one. And so it kind of just sits there and nobody talks and it's just there. How old am I? I'll be 40 this year, so I'm 39 right now. I'm old as shit. I mean, when it comes to streaming and stuff, I am. Especially for how late I got started. Be 32 on March 2nd. Nice. You whippersnappers. Put in like 2 days off, buy a case of Angry Orchard and play RS3. Oh, dude. Yo, I haven't had an Angry Orchard in a minute. That sounds like the best 2 days. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's how you vacation right there. Take a couple of days off, play video games, drink beers. For real though, Angry Orchard is so good. Yeah, I sort of miss like LAN parties and stuff like that. I mean, Angry Orchard is kind of cider, but Angry Orchard is cider kind of in the same way that like a pina colada is rum. It's got a little something extra, so it tastes a little sweeter. It's more like hard apple juice than it is cider. I do. It was probably in here before, but I took it out for something and just never put it back in. It probably used to go right there. Oh. Okay, I see. You're just making me do dumb shit. Got it. Why you confuse me? Hey! What's up, Ryan? I'm having a great day. How's your day? We've been killing some arc glacier. Yeah, you're all good, Chris. I don't mind. I don't mind looking a little dumb from time to time. That's fine. Speaking of, not too bad, been playing some old school off and on. The snow has you busy. Do you drive a snowplow? 14.99s? Damn, good for you, Apex. Also, go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's why I live in New Mexico. Because you know what there isn't? Snow. Because snow is stupid. It boggles my mind that whole groups of people elected to settle in those northern states during time periods when we didn't have modern heating technology. Hey, what's up, Squooby? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Super chill. I'm on RS3 too, doing solo ambassador. Oh shit. Who's this nerd? Damn. Got a crossbow to make? I want that for sure. For sure, for sure. Nice. Oh, I see how it is, Ryan. Get other people to do all the work. Reap all the benefits. Hey, Future McGives. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, friends of Future. That sounded weird to say. How'd your stream go today, man? Make the least. Nice. Well, at least you're paying good. Done a ton of thieving. Heck yeah. I'm about to die. Please don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Aww. Porque. Wasn't paying attention. Took that slam right in the beginning. Yeah, my hardcore's been gone for a while. This is my first character, and I did start it as a hardcore Ironman. And about a week into playing, I don't know why I had the idea to just level up my smithing and my mining to 99 before like doing anything else. And so I was out here and I was mining necrotite, and then I needed to go get some phasmatite, so I went around this way, and there's hydrixes right here, and I thought, well, I'll just run through them, it'll be totally fine. And then I ran out of run energy, and then I got gangbanged by hydrixes to death. It was sad. It was very sad. Yeah, that's why I haven't done the ancient stuff yet, Squovy, is because I hate fucking questing. I mean, I only have 125 quest points. Right now, we're trying really hard to get 99 attack before the inverted capes go away, because I want to get a flat level, flat yellow, untrimmed inverted cape. So we're gonna do attack for the next couple of days. We got 2 million more XP, and then we'll be there, so... Yeah, I was feeling too big for my britches, because I couldn't get PK'd out there. And then, whoop, dead. That's what I get for being a dum-dum, I guess. I'm thinking about it, future. I have a bond. So I can. I don't know if I will, though. I'm not really a big cosmetic person. So like I want the flat yellow cape because it suits my channel theme. But I also don't know if I want to give up 140 million gold worth of a bond over keeping it. So we'll see. It should be a while before I get another 99. So I have quite a bit of time to ruminate over whether or not I want to do that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm converting this character out of Ironman. I'm actually going to go play Bronze on the main instead, so that I can actually interact with the Grand Exchange, which will make it a lot easier for me to get more currency and get more bonds and, you know, do more keepsake stuff if I feel like it. So, because we're going to do that, I will probably end up keepsaking it, just because that currency isn't nearly as valuable to me then. Hey, thanks for the follow there, future. I definitely think that new players should for sure either play Iron or Bronze when they play their first characters, though, because there's just so many different activities and skilling activities and you know, different quests and stuff you need to do to unlock different areas and all that stuff, that playing as a Bronze really drives you to do a lot of that stuff instead of just focusing on making currency and then buying your way to everything else. So I don't want to give up completely on going out and doing things for myself, but I do like the idea of being able to sell duplicates and stuff like that on the GE. Watch that gold number go up. Wait a second. Yo! When did that happen? Burmito received Sifu the attack pet at 11 million XP. Booyah. Didn't even make it all the way to 99. That's my first skill pet. That's so exciting. Sifu! Fuck yeah, dude. Who's bad? I'm bad. Look at me and my bad self. Watcha. Man, that feels real good. That feels real good. Okay. It is time. I guess I should have been doing this the whole time I've been playing RuneScape. We haven't been raiding out to, like, anybody. But I really should be. But it's about that time, so let's go see if we can't find some nerd on Twitch here who's also playing RuneScape. I don't know. Do you all know any of these people that are streaming right now? Because I don't know any of these people. Yeah, one of these days I'll be able to raid out on YouTube as well. I think that's like a thing you can do on YouTube. But I think I have to get to my 1,000 subscriber mark first before I can do that. But then we'll just be raiding all over the place. Okay, well, this person is the same name as me. So we're gonna raid out to them. Oh gosh, it's been so long since I've done this. I don't even remember how. I'm such a bad streamer. So bad. Yeah, you have a good night there, Future. Sorry I wasn't sticking around longer after you came over, but this is usually the time that I end every day. I get on about 5 p.m. Eastern, and then I stream for about 6 hours. So yeah, this is just kind of the regular end time. But let's raid a channel here. And is there a search function in here? Yes, there is. Nope, that's not working. Nope. Here we go. We're gonna go raid this person named Christopher. I've never watched any of their content. I have no idea who this person is. So I apologize if they're a psycho. But away we go. And for the rest of you, thank you very much for stopping by at the stream today. We will be streaming at the regular time again tomorrow. So feel free to stop by then. But I hope everybody has a great day, and I'll see you on the next one.